Primeira queda, junto squad e corre pra lutear. Faz o rushão do imba e acorda pra matar. Descarregando pente no frente, tu foi solado. Distribuindo kill, a vitória pro nosso lado.
Mapa na tela, avião voando!
And welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring 2022 here in Brazil. We had two absolutely crazy days so far in our first season here, our first league play where we're going to be playing to try to get into the finals. And for us yesterday, we had some really good games. Hopefully we can end this first weekend with some more crazy games today.
I feel like we're just stepping up the level from day to day. So, I mean, first day was really good. Yesterday was even better. And today, it's going to be even better than the previous 2 days. So, I'm expecting a lot from today's games.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, there are some teams that have been performing absolutely out of their mind compared to some of the other teams. So, they're really putting themselves ahead of the pack right now. And almost certainly, if they continue this, our top 3, top 4 for us, they could put themselves into the finals just by playing in this weekend here alone.
100%, maybe not like 100% gonna gain their spot, but they're sitting in such a secured spot that even if they get into another weekend and they like totally bomb out on that weekend for the league play, they would still have so many points from this one that they're pretty much solidified themselves into the finals.
Right, and let's take a look at the overall standings here after 10 games of play for us. We have 5 more games today come at you, 3 Wrangle, 1 Miramar, 1 Sanok. And as we're talking about here, Rise, Alpha 7, Influence Rage, and Loops are the triple-digit club here for us.
I think we're gonna get a few more people joining that one after today. At least intense game, probably a Vivo Key. And if Quick Revenge can do what they did yesterday as well, they're gonna be joining as well. And it's all good to see, right? You want to see them being able to get as much points as possible. Yesterday, of course, or the first day, we saw Rise Esports basically dominating everybody. But yesterday was another story. We had teams like Alpha 7 and Loops coming back up a little bit. We expected a lot from them. On the first day here of the league play, they didn't show up that big as we hope and expect them to do. But yesterday was the time for redemption, and they came back strong. And
especially for Alpha 7 with their Miramar game, right? 19 kills and a win for them, almost contesting Rise Esports' 21 kill win in our qualification. That was crazy to see. But let's take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard here and see who's got a little bit more work than the guys on the first page. Ingo Gaming and INTC and Shocks and Out of Battle are all within 9 points of each other. Arnold Souls just 9 points after Out of Battle. So that pack is kind of close. So they could, with a good game, jump onto the top 10 and really contest to get into that spot there. Because they got some work. For Mango, unfortunately, haven't had too much luck just yet, but hopefully it turns around for them today. It would be lovely to see a good performance from them.
Yeah, I mean, they want to step it up a little bit today. Despite what's going to happen, they still have 60 more points than the 4 teams that didn't qualify. So no matter what happens, they still have a little bit of points, a little cushion to work towards. But it's all about making sure that they get as many points as possible today here during the 5 games, of course. But what we saw yesterday is that, of course, teams like Shocks and RF Battle stepped it up a little bit. INTC as well, being one of the only teams outside the top 7 who actually has a win on the board as well. And I mean, then we had a team like Arnold Souls that had a little bit of trouble yesterday. They only got themselves 2 points, and it's not gonna make the count, right? Only making 2 points in 5 games. Hopefully they have a little bit of a change plan from yesterday's gameplay and know what they're gonna be doing today to grab a little bit more points.
Yeah, and while we get ready for our first game of the day, let's take a look at the replays from yesterday. We obviously had some absolutely nice wins from some of the teams, but Alpha 7 managed to get 2. Loops managed to do quite well as well for themselves, Ross.
Loops is actually the only team who's won a game on both our league days. All the other teams have have only won games during one of the days. And of course, Alpha 7, we saw them yesterday getting 2 wins. But Loops has stepped it up yesterday. We saw them basically being the team that we saw during the qualifiers, being very dominant in terms of always being towards the late game as well. It doesn't matter if there was 1 alive or 2 alive, they were always making sure that they would be in the top 5 basically.
Yeah, and Loops got a win on each of the maps as well, so they could get a Chicken Dinner World Tour in the league as one of the first team. Also, Alpha 7, obviously, they have a win on Miramar. Loops have one on Sanok, though, for us, so they could definitely be one of the first teams to jump in if they get one of the Miramar as well.
Oh yeah, and I feel like Sanok is the harder one to win on, right?
Right.
Because we call it a little bit of a wild card. But at the same time, Miramar as well, since we're only playing that once every day, it's just there's just so many teams that can win it, right? Only 3 every weekend of the league play. So that same goes to Sanok as well, and that makes it a little bit harder to get a win on that map.
Yeah, exactly. INTC as well, so far not too good compared to what we've seen from them. Unfortunately, the game that we had to have replay on day number 1 didn't count. All the players agreed to get a replay because overall they didn't feel comfortable with it, so we had a replay with it, and they missed out on the massive game that they were able to play for us. But we were able to see them take a win still, and the tendencies of what they're capable of, we know that they're better than they are.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, the first day with that remake, as you're saying, they lost that win, and because of it, they only gathered 11 points in total throughout those 5 games that was actually counted. But yesterday, they stepped up enormously. They got themselves that win, and in total, I think they got like 40 points or something yesterday, which is really good. Not only the win itself, but we saw also the game straight after that one. On this one, actually, on Sanok, where they got himself that 4th place with 8 kills on top of it. Basically, just to keep on going after that win, which is something that's great to see, because a lot of times we see a team winning a game, then they start relaxing a little bit, and they feel a little bit too comfortable. When that happens, they kind of just like, all right, we'll just bank on whatever happens, and then they just go out straight away on the 16th place, or like sub 5 at least, or something like that.
Right, and our middle pack is actually massive. From 7th place with Quick Revenge and down to 14th without a battle. It's actually only 23 points for us. It's only a win with 8 kills that will make you go from 14th place to 7th. And that's extremely close still. Our middle pack is obviously competing, but we're having a bit of our eyes peeled on our top 4 right now, because we can't really decide and agree on who's going to be that 5th team that's going to jump in and potentially contest in the finals to see who's going to be in the Americas finals.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many teams that is so good that could be like the potential. Honestly, it's not only the 5th spot. It could be they could put themselves in the top 5, any of those middle stack teams as well. And I feel like it's just a matter of time. We need to wait and see what's going to happen there. But so far, I feel like a lot of them have put up a good show, but also they're showing us that they're growing as a team. They're doing better and better. They're doing smarter decisions. And that just means it gets a little bit more intense in the whole lobby. Everybody's playing better. It's a little bit harder for every day that we play.
All right, let's take a look at our MVP rankings here for us. And yesterday we talked a little bit about who had the most shavings in their eyebrows is also the guys that has the most MVP. And right now you see it's Mythic with 3, Revo with 2, and Federal with 1, and it's perfect. It fits our theory here.
So yeah, I guess they're gonna need to update those photos very soon. But looking at things, of course, you can see the rating on the right side from 4th to 10th place as well. And one thing to notice there is that you have 4 players from Loops that is standing there.
Right.
That is just that showcase how good, but also how even it is on that team. It's not just one guy doing everything. I'm not saying that that Mythic, Revo, Federal is the only guys doing anything on those teams, but they are getting put into a position where they are enabled a little bit more. While on Loops, it's a little bit everybody can enable everybody, so it doesn't really matter. And the big thing with that is that even if you see one of the guys from Loops dying, it doesn't matter, because everybody can step up and take that role that is needed to push being that entry fragger, being that top fragger. So it doesn't really matter. That's what makes Loops so strong right now.
All right, let's see a head-to-head here for Mythic and Carillo and see how the numbers run up, damage, kills, and everything. And it's actually quite close damage-wise, but eliminations for us, the amount of kills that Mythic has gotten is just insane.
Yeah, I mean, there's just one solution to this if you're Carillo, right? You just gotta shave your eyebrows a little bit, get those cuts in. That's how you're gonna become better player, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. But obviously also Mythic being able to use all that utility, get all those nades and push on the utility that he's able to get with the frags, he's able to put down, and also with the knocks that he's able to get from it. You can see, we've seen it so many times again and again where he's able to get a knock that he then pushes on and confirms the kill, and then maybe even gets another kill from that. So he's really good at opening up those battles with the utility.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about that, I feel like that's a great example of the teamwork that I was talking about earlier, how people enable those MVP players. Like, you can see how Rise always going to back up Mythic, while Mythic is the one who's going to move forward. He's the one who's having most of the nades on the team. He's going to be moving closer to the enemy teams and be able to be within range to throw those nades. But he's always going to be prone, basically. And then he's going to have a ridgeline from him, and behind him he's going to have his full team. So if any of the enemies try to peek over and look at Mythic, they're going to get gunned down straight away. If they don't, they just going to get naded by Mythic. And that's what's so great with Rise, right? They're able to do that kind of stuff and work as a unit so well.
All right, let's take a look at the match schedule here. We're playing 3 Erangels, 1 Miramar and 1 Sanok Frost here. It's very standard. It's the same thing throughout all of the leagues. 9 Erangels is obviously making a big difference here for us.
Yeah, I mean, it does, and it kind of shows if you're good on Erangel, you're gonna be towards the top. And a great example would be Rise, I'd say. Out of the 6 Erangels we played so far, except for the last one we had yesterday where they got a 9th place with 1 kill, they've been top 3 every game. Every single game of Erangel. And that's kind of what you expect from now on. We have 3 more today. Well, they're probably gonna get like top 3 in every one of those games.
Yeah, that's impressive. And obviously Sanok is the kind of a wild card map here. It's a very, very intense and very hard map to get a chicken in on. Obviously only 3 maps are played, but it is super, super hard because we're playing in a situation where, you know, the teams that are fighting, and if they don't finish the fight fast, they will be third-partied immediately.
Yeah, and a lot of teams have been like struggling a little bit on Sanok itself. Like, it's very even in terms of the results. They have 1 good and 1 bad game. The only team that has been pretty decent on it overall would be Loops. They got themselves a win in the first one that we played with 10 kills, and in the second one they had a 7th place, but with 9 kills to back that up. So a lot of points there. While the other teams, they probably get like let's say they get a top 5, but in the other game they're gonna get sub 5 instead. So they're gonna be 11th to 16th place, and because of that, it's kind of very even and a kind of a wildcard game, but also one of the I'd say most intensive game as well, because of that, a lot of the teams also know that they want to be a little bit more aggressive. They want to be pushing out as many points as possible, as quick as possible into the game. And also that we have like one of the biggest hot drop, one of the biggest topic, I'd say, on the weekend here itself, and it's Influence Rage and Alpha 7 in bootcamp that we keep on talking about.
Right.
But it's because they both know as well, this is a wildcard map, and whatever happens, like, it doesn't really matter. If we can secure that spot, but also get ourselves a few points already in the start of the game, that is all good for this game, and they don't really care about that. And so far, it's been very even between those teams when it comes to Sanok itself. But yesterday, we saw, of course, that fight being dragged out a little bit. They were in the first circle. I think they were in the second as well, and basically it took them 15 minutes before they actually made a move, and that was when this blue was basically up on them.
Yeah, and on top of that, Influence Rage is actually, and Alpha 7 is actually 2 of the teams that have wins on Miramar, so technically it could be really easy for them to get a chicken in a world tour because they already have the hardest map done, but you know, or one of the harder map, lesser played maps done, but they're playing on Sanok against each other, and they're always, you know, fighting for so long that it's going to be making it even harder for them to get a win here on Sanok here for us. But let's talk a little about our predictions here for today here. Do you see any changes in the top 4? Do you have any thoughts about what are some of the teams that you think are kind of underdogs or have underperformed right now?
I think in terms of the top 4, it's gonna be pretty close. They're probably gonna stay towards the top there, maybe drop down 1 or 2 spots in total. But what I'm expecting today is that Intense Game, for example, might be pushing himself up to the top 4. Right now, they're currently sitting on that 5th place. Also, we saw some great changes from teams like Vivo Kid and Quick Revenge, and if they can keep it up like what they did yesterday, I feel like they could possibly push themselves into the top 5. It depends a little bit on how the other teams in the top there does on the games here today as well, of course.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously with the amount of games that we're playing, 5 total so far as well, and with the amount of points that the top 4 has gotten, it's super impressive. We're talking about a hypothetical cutoff about the maybe 160 170 points, and you would be safe and certain inside our league finals after the leagues are done. But it's going to be hard for the teams. I only see right now, with the amount of points that we see on Alpha 7 and Rise, they need to have a good game if they want to get into that threshold, and then it could be very likely that they're actually able to get into the final from just that. But we have some teams on the lower half here. We're obviously going to be following that throughout. We're going to be playing 2 more weekends as well for us here for the league, and 2 more qualifying weekends as well before we're getting into the final.
Yeah, and when we're talking about that, like, we've seen some tendencies from some of the teams that maybe not doing as good as the teams on the top because of some smaller mistakes happening early on in the game. And when they do those kind of mistakes, it kind of just, their whole game plan just falls through, and they just stop doing what they were trying to do. Instead, they go into that total passive mode where they just try to survive, get those placement points, and basically just keep on running. And they run into a team, they get shot at, then they keep on running the other way until they run into another team, and it just keeps on going until they basically die out. And that's what you not want to see. You want to see the teams actually take the fights no matter what. So hopefully we'll see some changes in some of the teams that is doing those kind of mistakes, and also hopefully we'll start seeing some punishment for the teams with all of those kind of big splits that we're seeing, especially in the early circles, circle 1, circle 2, when they have like a 2-1-1 or 2-2 split, and some of the teams are rotating in as a full team. Just go for it. Just go for the crash and just take over that compound, because you know that's a 2-2 split, and you're gonna have a good compound for yourself, probably.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see some more aggressive plays from that. And a big shout out and thank you to our sponsor Realme for joining us here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring 2022 here in Brazil. We're obviously going to be seeing a little bit more about them as well, and they're also, you can see them around on the screen while you follow that. We're going to be playing 5 games today. We're super excited to be here and super excited to be bringing you these games for the league play. We're going to be playing a Wrangle for us, and we're going to be getting into things in just less than a minute. And I really want to see Black Dragon stepping it up today, honestly. They feel like, and they have showed that they're a team that belongs in that top 6, but right now they're just not there.
Yeah, yesterday was not looking good for them. Basically, every game we saw them in the first rotation, they would lose someone, and then they went into that kind of turmoil. But here we go. This is going to be game number 1, the first plane, and looking for things. We're coming in from the north side, just over Severny. We're going to go down to the southeast towards Milta Power. I'd say it's not a very bad plane, but it's not a good plane either.
Oh, for sure. It's definitely required with some rotations and with some cars to get into your spot speeds. You cannot get to South George. You need to drive. You want to get to Gatka, you need to drive. You don't get to get to Primorsk or anywhere any close with that. Also kind of a stretch to get into Buchingi. You can get some cars on the east side and then drive in though, but otherwise you're probably going to see a bit of rotations and a bit of a benefit for the teams coming out early in the plane. Especially the team here up on Severny, they're going to be having a bit of a benefit from it. But also Alpha 7, Mafioso and the guys, they are going to Sark here and Northbridge.
Yeah, and it's unusual. We've seen them go over there before. And I think yesterday we even had 2 teams in South Georgia as well. So we'll see what happens there.
Somebody was taking the crates and they were splitting that because some of the bad planes. And there's obviously, we were playing 16 teams here. There is a little bit of moves back and forth. Some of the teams that are looting these really far edges. We've seen it again and again. Some of the teams, especially in other leagues as well, where a team that loots Primorsk, if the plane is just not for Primorsk, they could go onto Komeshki. A little bit of an inside chance of a military island here, and we're obviously we want to see the hardest games possible, so we could like and would love to see a southeastern shift here in the next one, but or 50-50 on the bridge for us. That's also something that we like to see.
I really want to see a circle going down to the southeast, because that means that we're going to have 2 teams that is on Military Island from the start. It's going to be Black Dragons and Inca, of course, going to the normal loot spots. But one thing that we do always see is that Black Dragons is never going to cross the bridge, basically, until it's actually outside the circle. So if we get a shift down there, they're basically going to hold that down. And if they hold down the bridge, a lot of teams are just going to get stuck around the bridge area, and then it's just going to be full chaos over there. And Mythic needs to go and get his license, I guess, since he didn't pass the test the first time. That's a tree.
that's a tree, and you don't want to drive into those. Usually when you hit a tree, you're not driving on the road as well. So, there's multiple things, not driving on the road, driving into things, all these things. So obviously rotations are important. Right.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, and he did have a buggy, a little bit of an off-road vehicle, so
right.
It's okay to not drive on the road itself, but you don't want to hit the trees.
Kind of want to have one of those, one day, just to drive around on the beaches, or just like in the not woods, but kind of off-road style. That'll be super fun to try to play, like a big go-kart.
I'll sit on the back. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, the dangerous things. Imagine driving in off-road terrain at like 60, 70, 80 kilometers an hour. It's going to be scary stuff. And only 11th most survival time here on Alpha, but second most on damage and second overall in our rankings. They have been able to put out all the damage and also get a really decent amount of kills. This is obviously with qualification taken in mind. They don't have 124 kills just in 10 games. That would be absolutely insane. Infant's Rage as well. Looking good. Third overall, third, and a second in most survival time. They have been really, really solid. They have been able to, salvage their games when they had bad games, and they were able to perform super well when they had their good games. So a really consistent team here on Influence Rage for us.
Yeah, I feel like Influence Rage is like a really great team to look at if you want to see like how they've been performing from the start to how they like gone into this itself. Because I feel like in the start, when we had the qualification, they didn't do really well in the first day. I think it was really bad, but then they stepped it up enormously after that, and I think they got themselves 2 wins in the second day and so on. And basically, they just been pumping the numbers from after that first day. So I don't know what happened the first day, but whatever they did, they was like, all right, this is not working. We need to change something up. They made that change, and now it's just working out flawless, I guess, because they're in the top there right now.
Yeah, for sure. Works out really well. In the map here, not that many teams are in there right now. Shock, they do need to have a really, really good day to jump in and contest that top 8. But again, we are talking about this 22 points from 7th place on Quick Revenge, and then it's going to be good for them. So, one good game, they're into the midst of things. Flamengo, though, rough start weekend here, but they're in here for us. They're better than 4 other teams right now. They're getting more points than 4 other teams in the league. So it's definitely not looking too bad from them, because there could be some teams, if it's the same 4 teams that don't qualify for the next 3 weekends, they're basically in no matter how many points they got. So that's completely fine for them as well.
Yeah.
INTC managed to clutch a win. They stepped up their game yesterday and really had an absolute banger of a day to start things off. If they can replicate that, they could be close to the triple digits in the weekend, and they will be looking really good. They just need to qualify for 1 more weekend statistically to make it in. Black Dragons, one of the teams we've been talking about a little bit more, because they have our expectations on their shoulders. They're a team that we're expecting to be in the top 6. They're a team that have been performing well. Their achievements is looking good, and there is a team that we really want to see up there, because once we see these guys full 4-man, full unit moving around, they are capable of really good things. They're capable of challenging the best teams in the lobby right now.
Yeah, and that's the sad part, that like when you see that they lose out a player or 2 in the first rotations,
right?
It dies down, right? They just don't keep on going, and it hurts to see, because we know how good they can be, and we've seen it, and I just want to see more of that. And it just hurts to see that like they're not taking the fights and they're losing out so much because of it. But hopefully we'll see some changes coming in about that. And you never know like what's going on. Maybe it's just like, the calls are like, all right, this is not working. We need to survive though, so we'll just go for that and don't shoot at people.
Yeah, and especially with their top 5, top 6 placements that we've seen from them, we know that they have been up there before. We know that they're capable of it.
Yeah.
So we really want to see them up there. As you see right now on the right side, it's a full ball, full domino. Nothing has turned over just yet. Full 64 players alive, 16 teams. Now the rotations are coming in. And we're expecting majority of the teams to stay on the northern side, but we could see a team like Black Dragons, take a hold with a 2-2 split on both sides, or stay on the other side of the bridge, just to have a chance at maybe gatekeeping some of the teams. or to make sure that they're not being gatekept by someone playing the gas station. Because playing the gas station right now is actually not too bad because it's very centered.
It's not too bad at all, but I think they're going to stay on the Millie Island. That's usually what we see them do. Same with Inko, actually. They might be holding the East Bridge. Something we've seen earlier with the circle like this is that Arnold Souls usually would take the cliffs that is just south of where Flamengo is right now. But it looks like they're not going to opt for that this time. And again, it might be a change in the game plan because of what happened yesterday with yesterday's results. And it's great to see. I don't care like what the changes are. As long as some change is happening,
Right.
it's good because then you're trying something out. And if it doesn't work, at least you tried, right? You're not just doing the same thing that is not working out. So
Exactly.
I really like seeing when teams are trying out new things. It doesn't matter if they fail it.
And especially here, if they have done already or done well already, or if they're playing in this league, because they have the games to do it. Like in the qualification stage, this is the top 20. You can try out things there as well. But here, it's the most competitive environment. And if you're feeling, if you're not doing well, you need to try something else. And if you're doing well, you have space and you have kind of spare as well. Christian from Flamengo taking some shots, trying to push the peacock feathers up a little bit to make sure that these guys don't try to take the compound. Make him all fluffy.
I like what we saw there from Intense Game, actually. We saw them by that big barn compound there.
Right.
But they were actually going
Alright.
for one side only because they knew if they saw that there were some people rotating close to them, and if they get crashed, they don't want to be split up. They don't want to lose a player that is stuck on the other side. So they group up immediately on one of the sides and make sure, okay, this is the side we want to play from. We're going to hold this one down.
Yeah, exactly. And the circle has popped. It did go on the northern side of things. Some of Military Islands is still in, but there's a very, very, very low chance that it's gonna be going to military. So the teams are gonna be moving. It's gonna be a somewhat south of Chinky ending, and there are quite a lot of good priority areas here open for the taking for us.
I'm just going to say never, though, because we saw yesterday. Great example was the Sanok map yesterday when it was like, what's 80-20 that it wouldn't go like 20% to the west, but it still ended on the west side in the end because we had so many hardships. I think we'll see Black Dragons just crossing the bridge basically and just taking over that side and just chilling around the gas station and the glass house over there.
For sure. Here you see Rice. Shots are coming out towards Art. And
Art?
They are in a good spot. I mean, the circle swings
Has a
north
big
once.
split though.
Yeah, that's
they
true.
have a big split, and they've been struggling a little bit. Looting Pachinki, great looting spot, but it's very hard to hold. And right now, I feel like it's kind of the tendency that we're seeing that they're trying to hold a spot that is a little bit hard to hold, and they're making it a little bit harder for themselves than it needs to be. I'm hoping to see some changes into that. And of course, day one we saw Art of Battle having a lot of placement points, but very few kills. Yesterday, they didn't have that many placement points, but they changed things up, and they had a lot of kill points. So today, I'm hoping they can combine both of them, make it a lot of placement points and a lot of kill points as well.
Yeah, for sure. On here with Storm. They had a really good game yesterday. Oof, Myth, minus Ellison.
Important start here for Arnold
sure.
Souls to get that kill. That is going to boost the confidence, the morale in the whole team after yesterday's games. I mean, that is basically 50% of all the points they had yesterday.
Oh no, don't point it out like that. Don't do them like that. But yeah, they
No,
have a rough
but
days. We're
it can
expecting
basically
good
just
things with them.
be better. It can basically only become better.
Right,
And this
right.
team has so much potential.
They do.
That I feel like yesterday, it was such an outliner that it's never going to happen in the history again.
No, and you know, like in the qualifiers, we saw them play so well, so we're just expecting so much more from them, right? So it's not about, you know, talking down to them. It's about seeing and fulfilling their full potential here.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, they're gonna continue. They know they already got one man down on Zone
Right,
Gaming, so they know that they have the upper hand. And as you can see on the minimap on the top right now, they are surrounding, trying to find, all right, are we getting shot from somewhere else if we can trying to take this battle or not? And they want to make sure that they're not just like parking their vehicles and get shot in the back as soon as they start shooting towards Storm Gaming. Looks like they might opt to just go back from this and drop away, but I have one person lurking here. It's gonna be Myth. So it might be a little bit of a baked strategy, wanting Storm Gaming to come out from the compound. And when they do that, Myth might be able to get himself a knock, a kill, and then they just come back and back him up.
All right. Delta coming in. Revo pushing on. It's actually a fight with the Rocket here. See what you can do.
Ooh, no
Show
cover
us,
to
Revo,
work
what
with.
you're capable of. Oh my god, the drop shot gets him down. It's McGrillen out for us, and Revo's down to 1 HP, but the backup is there. Alpha 7 looking good. Circle has actually popped, and it's gone quite far west. Looking good for the teams playing just on the north side of the bridge on the west.
It's gonna be a little bit of a field circle here. A big chunk of the circle is basically gonna be fields, open fields.
The majority of it, actually.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to see because that means that a lot of the teams gonna get congested on the other spots, like the Pachinki Hill on the north side of the new circle, on the west side into the forest, and on the eastern side as well. And these spots will be so congested that we'll see a lot of action pretty soon.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let's see what their teams are capable and able to do. A7 needed a little bit more loot before they're going to be swinging on the west side. And there's a crate there that could be taken as well.
There is for sure.
If somebody's finding that, that could be looking good. But A7 is actually deciding to go on the north, on the rotation in, rather than trying to take some area on a more kind of center location. And then INTC is coming on the other side. They're going counterclockwise, while A7 is going clockwise.
I think A7 is probably just gonna go in from the west side where they are right now. They don't want to go further north, considering where the plane path was. It was from the north basically to the eastern side. So it will be more people congested towards the north and east side than on the south and western side.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with the team with the circles gone a little bit west here on the third one. That definitely means that it's going to be more teams on the eastern side as well. So that's also why we saw INTC do that rotation to try and get around and be on the least populated side. The cheese UAC, I love it. Let's see what Storm decides to do. A lot of rotations coming in, a lot of more desperate moves is going to be having to be done now. No information available for these guys, so they have to rotate blindly and just face scout, basically. Face check everything.
Yeah. Sometimes you need to do that, even though it's not the best idea. Sometimes you just don't have any other choices, especially in a circle like this, where we talk about a lot of the area being open field, not playable. You don't want to be second guessing. You kind of want to. I mean, all right, Enko, Fact Esports.
Fighting for terrain that is barely inside the circle.
Ooh, he barely survived that, but he did get into cover. Probably gonna be able to heal up. Alpha 7 here in a fight
on the edge
versus Influence Rage. So big fight here against two of our top teams right now. That's a good nade.
That's a really good nade. Did a lot of damage. Flushed one of the players as well. Refioso.
Revo is really low on that one as well.
Oh, good nades coming in as well. The guys are so good at utility. It's insane. And Romolosin got down. Hugosin. More nades are coming in. Revo actually got the heal off, and that saved him. Now Swagrin is knocked, and that's going to be it for him.
But you can see here, Carrillo is already gone. They're just going to back out from this.
But there's a player behind them.
Exactly. So it could be a little bit of a bait, right? They don't know about Revo. They probably think that he left as well. And he's hearing all of this.
Don't say nothing. Breathe calmly. Don't move. All right. Revo is just going to go and try to go for some survival here. He has the heals to do it. Now, Circle is popping, doing a lot of damage. It's about 3 damage per second, I believe, in this one. So it's a lot. Yeah. And I think all the vehicles are going to be...
here we go.
Oh my god, he actually got him out. Kicked him straight out of the car. And now he's going to have to heal. And Inference Rage is now going to be forced to fight in the blue or go away.
Yes, because he got the kill. He knows where Kaiowski died now. He knows that Kaiowski is going to have more first aids for him. Right. So he only has 3 right now, but he can go back for that. Influence Rage they can't just stand there and wait for him. They need to go into the next circle, or they're going to lose their spot into the next circle because they stayed and tried to take care of it. But we got that new circle pop, 50% field, 50% forest, and it's going to be a lot of teams trying to rotate in right now.
Yeah, for sure. So much good area to play though, but a lot of open space. Let's see how the teams decide to do. And name a more iconic duo than Loops having the center compound and sitting in the center circle. I can't really think of one. Revo,
He stole Kaosuke's car.
Yeah. Now driving away.
Using it, and he's gonna connect with Carrillo, hopefully, but no!
He's dead. He's dead.
He's gonna get taken down. Everybody was just shooting that car.
We're trying to get over there, and even if you try to jump out, like it's gonna be it here. Ninjo finding Pain from out of battle. He's out. Probably also gonna be done for.
The rough part right now, if you take a field spot to play, is that you're gonna have a hard time trying to walk in later on, and your vehicles is probably gonna be blown up by everyone shooting at them because they know, okay, there's a vehicle over there. That means someone's gonna be around there. If we shoot out the vehicles, blow them up, they need to rotate in on foot, and when they do that, we can just shoot them down.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously the fields are a little bit, richy, edgy. Some of the stuff are able to play, but there's so many teams in the north right now that is playing. Nice shot from Carrillo. He has 2 kills only. He's gonna try to get as many points out of this game as possible for us.
Yeah, getting some smokes out, some soft cover to work with, but will that be enough? It's not.
Renion's finding him. Oh,
ITC is gonna get that revive as well. Yeah, and they're gonna get the revive. It's all fine, man. It's all good for him.
Very good.
Loops.
Kills are spread out evenly, but Loops has 4 kills in the center still with 4 guys alive.
And they have the whole compound for himself in the center. But that compound is barely gonna be inside the next circle. And I don't even know.
So many teams in the north, bro. It's insane.
I don't think Arnold Souls can stay there. Like, they just gonna be surrounded by people. You kind of want to play edge on this circle. Like, I would play on the western edge, for example. I would feel like it's one of the best edges to play on the new circle right now.
Yeah, and obviously we have this information, and not that everything is available to them, but to hear all these shots here outside the circle and in the fields. And a lot of teams are going to be having to move and reposition from Netoso is repositioning, and Flamingo is going to have to try to make things work here.
Black Dragon still have the warehouse and the gas station as well.
There's a headshot below the car. No. Ardell, can you do some magic here? No shots. He is so low. He is done. Unfortunately, that is Art of Battle out. They're going to be out in 11th place with no kills. Unfortunately, now Loops 5 kills and counting, and 4 guys alive.
Even spread right now.
Yeah, even split, and they're making sure that teams are not coming to their compound so they can run up the hill as the last team. I actually like that. It's looking good for them.
It's a very common loop strats, I feel like. They're going to take a spot where they basically just going to gun everybody as much as possible.
You were talking about it. It's happening. Honored Souls cannot stand against all these teams coming in and trying to fight against them. DC God, last player standing. It's gonna be pushed around the barrel. No, that's just not enough for him. Intense game with all 4 guys alive. 3 kills for them so far, and they're actually gonna be looking really, really good coming into this. Flamingo though is pushing them from the north, and we're gonna be seeing how it's gonna happen here now. Quick Revenge is trying to get things done here in the Loops compound for us.
Yeah, the thing with Intense Game though, them being in that dip is it's really easy to just like lob in a nade into it. But they do have some vehicles, some cover to work with now that they parked a few vehicles in there. So they need to be peacocking a lot though, making sure that no one's coming because they need to defend 360 degrees now up there. Loops, meanwhile, as you're saying, taking care of Quick Revenge over here. And yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? They need to peacock, you need to take care of every angle. And look at how they basically everyone is taking care of one angle each. There's not 2 people focusing on anything. Pereira here taking care of Flamengo by himself. The others can't help him out. They need to focus on their angles. If not, a team might be just coming in from that angle. You might just lose the whole game because of it. Really great gameplay and game sense here from Intense Game.
Super well executed by them. 8 kills it says here for INTC. One of the only 3 teams with all 4 players standing. Black Dragons have a knock. Not sure if they're going to be able to get him up. I think they are. Yeah. And it's looking likely it's going to be a 4-way fight with 4 players alive on these 4 teams, guys. Oh, this is insane. 10 kills for INTC.
Look, ITC already on 10 kills. Loops, a team that we know are really good on these kind of situations. Intense game, one of the better teams that have been able to perform on this kind of level. But then you also have Black Dragons with 4 man up, which is their key to being a strong team.
All right, Rafa, what can you do here? Here's Black Dragon coming up to them. Has a level 3 helmet, has the UMP in hand. Strong close range gun. That's a good nade from Talent. It hits Peep straight in the face.
Yeah.
He peeped out too far, and he caught a nade from that. That's in a Mark 14 if I've ever heard, with a red dot on it. Gets a knock there for Zeusboy. He's hit.
Oh, he gets knocked though. He got knocked.
He got knocked from Chief. Loops his third party in this fight. What a perfect time to do so, to make sure that the enemies are weakened before they have to take the fight. Martinez goes down. Well played so far by the teams involved. But Intense Game is looking at a really rough situation with only 2 players left standing now. Athus, can he make stuff happen? No, Chief has to go down. He is down to 30, 25 each actually HP.
Intense Game was holding that good, but for a brief second we saw that they had 2 people focusing on the wrong fight onto Black Dragons, and because of that, Loops found that little gap that we were talking about, and they utilized that to get not just the first knock but 2 knocks, and now looks like they're gonna take over that total place here to play from. And Intense Game, I mean, Grafa is the last man standing. I don't know how much he can do. Sure, put down a few more smokes, but how many does he have though?
Yeah, 100%.
You can't just put down 1 smoke, because then they'll just nade that one. So you need to have a few smokes every here and there.
Especially with a few fake smokes kind of far away from where you are is the player. Ooh, that could be a good nade, Rafa. Ooh. It's a lot of damage.
One more.
One more. Could be making more. A little bit of a flying car. Nades are coming in. Nicholas is low. Talent. So Nicholas is going down really, really low himself. NCC looking good. Luke's also playing a little bit of a third-party game. Talent.
Oh, Grafa goes out.
Yeah, Rafa is down.
Intense Game out there on that 4th place. Still have 3 teams up here, and Black Dragons down to 3 players. The other 2 teams, Loops and INTC, they both have 4 players up right now. And right now, this is the thing, right? No one really wants to take the first fight. They want to just gather as much information as possible. That's what Cardozo is doing with the vehicle, trying to bait some shots towards him, so they'll get a little bit of information where the other teams are set up and how they're holding this down. But no one opted to shoot him, and you can't just like stay there forever. So good choice by Cardozo to not just like over rotating. And all right, he's gonna go again, not finding anything. No one's shooting at him. This is the stalemate. No one wants to be the first one to fight. But look at INTC, all 4 people with nades in their hands. They've seen Cardozo do this. They're expecting him to do it again. Right now, it looks like they're trying to pre-nade it, but Cardozo is out of his car, so they're not going to find anything trying to nade that. Black Dragons, as we said, 1 man down, so they don't want to take the initial fight. They really want to force a fight between INTC and Loops instead, so they can just come in a third party later on. Look at Loops, though. They're doing a 2-2 split now. I like that.
I really like how they're putting pressure, making sure it's like taking 2 people that you want to fight and just pushing them together, right? You're taking both of your arms and making sure that you're positioning them for that. And that's kind of the strategy. Once you have 3 big teams fighting, you want to be the team third partying. You want to be the last team engaging on a fight. Kind of like what Talents did here. Naded INTC and then started preparing for a push from Loops. Bold strategy with a buggy rotation into the center. Let's see if it works out for Black Dragons here when Luke starts a third party. Really good nade here from Deeks.
Oh, yes, he does find one. Now, Loops is probably going to move in on this because they see now it's the time with seeing people getting knocked, people getting killed. We need to third parties and take control over this situation. But they don't want to overstep their welcome as well, so they're taking a little bit slow. Meanwhile, it's a lot of trades going back and forth here between INTC and Black Dragons. Dex getting 1-2, but it's not going to be enough. Black Dragon goes out on 3rd place, but right now INTC only got 1 member up, and it's going to be pretty easy for Loops.
No way. He did him dirty like that. It's Loops for winning the chicken dinner for us with that drive over because there's only 1 player left.
I mean, it's great to see in a way. You saw how they were just waiting for that fight to happen. What Loops did with that 2 to split was that they just forced the other teams. They were herding them together, forcing them to fight, and then they could just do whatever they wanted. And they were steering the game. They were puppeteering the other teams, basically.
Yeah, I like that. Puppeteering, what a great word. Let's puppeteer into a break here for us. We're going to be back with 4 more games of the PUBG Mobile Pro League. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League here for the spring 2022 edition for Brazil. Frost, we just had a crazy start to things off with his Loops with another good game for them. They're going to be putting themselves into a really good spot in the top 3 now.
Yeah, this is going to be huge for them. Of course, they're the only team so far. Well, they're going to be the only team who's going to have won a game in every day of the league play here. They had one on the first day. I think that was on Sandrock. The second day they won one on Miramar.
Yeah.
And now they won one on Erangel. So that means Chicken Dinner World Tour.
What a great starting for them. Loops showing up and proving to us that they are definitely one team to be messed with here after they showed how well they can dominate the lobby in the qualifications there. They were able to 15 points average per game for us when they were playing in the qualification, and now they're looking really, really good to maybe take the lead or at least try to contest the rise for that top spot for us.
No, they didn't get a Chicken Dinner World Tour. They won a game on the Erangel yesterday.
Oh, they did.
Right.
Oh yeah,
they can still make
it was the first game of yesterday.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. It's the first game of yesterday.
But
so they need to do Miramar. They could do a back-to-back.
They can do a back-to-back.
Yeah.
It hasn't been done yet, so someone's gonna be the first though. So it's looking good. From the performance we're seeing from Loops, not just from this weekend so far, but also today in this previous game. They're looking hot today.
Yeah. Let's take a look at our top damage dealers, killers, and assist makers from this last game for us.
All right, INTC, Renans being up here. That's the first time I believe that we're seeing up here. 9 kills. That is insane to see. INTC, we're talking about how they had a really rough first day, but they came back very strong yesterday. And I mean, great start to this day as well. I hope they can keep that going so they can propel themselves up there on the leaderboard. Currently sitting in that middle chunk.
Yeah, it's a great game here for Renan. It's definitely going to be putting himself onto the MVP chances for this game. For us, also Loops with Chief 3 assists there, and in general Loops is also very well represented both with Toyko and 5 kills, Chief with 2 kills, and also in the second and third place on damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's very usually that we see Loops being up there on the damage leaderboard because of their playstyle, right? They take a very center compound and they start peacocking, just shooting at everybody. Everything that moves gets shot at. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be a vehicle without anybody in it. They're gonna shoot it. There might be an airdrop coming in from the sky. It moves, so they're gonna be shooting at it. Everything that moves gets shot at.
Everything that can take damage, you get the damage out there. Let's take a look at the standings here and the points given in this game here. The first game of the day. We have 4 more after this one. INTC, because of the amount of kills, they're able to take the top and most points away from Loops that won the game for us.
I mean, it's amazing to see. Even though they get a second place, they get 25 points. That is huge. But Loops, of course, winning that game, quotation mark, only 9 kills. That's going to put them with 24 points. Black Dragons, this is it. This is what we want to see, right? 4-man up. They can do a lot of damage. Getting 16 points on board is huge for them because they've been struggling a little bit, but this might be the redemption time. Intense game. They're going to try to keep on getting up there towards the top 4. We're currently sitting on 5th place before this game, and 14 points is pretty good. I think that's going to cut them into the triples,
right,
so to say. And of course, Flamengo, a team that has been struggling a little bit, 7 points is a huge deal for them right now, especially coming in with the first game. That means that they can get that momentum going, get a little bit of that morale going in the team that, hey, let's just forget about the first 2 days. Those didn't happen. We're starting over. This is the first day for us. This is the only day that we'll be playing in this league play weekend here, and we'll just do good in these 5 games that are coming up.
Exactly, and if you could average the 7 points per game all throughout of these 15 matches, if you just have that average, you would be sitting at 105 points. So this is very respectable for Flamengo. The bottom half of the leaderboard is going to have not that many points given to some of the teams. Obviously, Ingo was able to get 4 kills, but only 1 point from placement. And Alpha 7 had a really rough game for this one here because they had to play on that western edge.
Yeah, and a little bit of outline, I'd say, with some of the teams being down here that we don't really expect to be down here. But at the same time, it's great to see some of the other teams being able to take advantage of that, stepping it up and make sure that they can catch up, taking a huge stack of points when these teams go out early. Of course, it's also a great deal for them to take out those teams because it's a good morale boost, taking out some of the top teams, you know, that you can fight against them. That means you can fight against any other team as well.
Yeah, for sure. And all right, Frost, we're going to be jumping over to the MVP of this match here. And like we already knew who it's going to be here from INTC. It has to be no other than our 9-kill player, Renians, with 767 damage roll for us.
Yeah, his first time showing here, so he doesn't have any cut in the eyebrows yet. He's going to go and fix that for the next time. Now he knows. He wasn't expecting it. It was a little bit unexpected for him, but he did really well in this game. 9 kills is just, it's one of the top kills that we've had so far throughout the whole tournament. We had double digits once from Federal with 10 kills. Except from that, this is basically it.
Yeah, he's in the top 3 now with the best individual game in terms of kills from throughout all our 6 days so far. So we're going to be following that to see how that goes. But now for us, we're going to see the overall standings and see how this last match impacted those overall standings. And if, as you say, Intense Games is going to jump into that triple digits, they are indeed.
And that's great to see. But that gap is getting a little bit bigger from 5th to 6th place. But that middle stack is also huge, and it's super close between all of the teams there as well. And I feel like whenever one team is not doing good, we just see the other teams do good there. But Intense Game with that, those huge points, those 14 points, that's gonna put them up there. Only 3 points behind Influence Rage, and we've seen Influence Rage do really good. But I think one of the weak points for Influence Rage is gonna be later on today when we move into Sanhok.
Right.
They're gonna be fighting Alpha 7. That's one of the games where Intense Game can take control over to get into the top 4, if not in the upcoming games, of course.
And that's obviously super important here because if this continues and we also see that same fight go into our finals once we get to that for us, that could have a huge impact and really open up things for the teams that are chasing. And that's where I think we're not going to see any of the teams back out until Alpha 7 and Influence Rage is going to be in the final. And if one of the teams has like fewer points or more points than like one of each other, then you might have to back out or try to contest for that spot. So I think we're going to see that Sunak contest for a very, very long time between these two teams.
100%, especially as you're saying, like they have so many points that it doesn't matter if they would lose out on that one. And for them, that fight itself is going to be more important than anything else, any other game itself, because they already had this many points. They don't really care about that. It's all about getting their loot spot, because once they get that loot spot, if they can get that for themselves, that means they can start playing their own game on Sanok. So far, none of those two teams have been able to do that. Basically, either they're killing each other or they're dragging it out, and it becomes a stalemate where no one can do anything because of it. But right now, in the top as well, 128 and 128, Loops and Alpha 7, so tied up there.
But one thing that's extremely impressive is that Rise, with only one chicken dinner, is ahead of them with 11 points.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of kills, only 3 more kills than Alpha, but their consistency, being in there, being in that top 5, top 4, that gets them a lot of consistent placement points is super important for them. But for us, we're going to take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard and see how things have shaped up down there. Fact Esports actually swapping spots with them, going down into 11th place, and the Out of Battle Jamal into 51 points. And yeah, now a little bit of a jump from Out of Battle and Shocks and up to Fact on 71, so a 20-point gap in that. Still, you know, with a good game, they could jump into things.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing is done yet, and it doesn't really matter where you're going to be on the leaderboard itself. What matters is how many points you're able to accrue. And if you can get a lot of points, no matter which team you are, you're just going to solidify yourself a little bit more towards the middle stack, which means you're going to stay more safe to get into the finals. And a team like Flamengo, of course, they were struggling a little bit, but they got themselves 7 points in this game, which is basically a third of the points they have in total. That kind of shows you how rough of games they've had earlier, but how good this must have felt for them to be able to accrue all of those points.
All right, Frost, we're jumping into, for the first and only time today, and the last time of this weekend, Miramar here in the next game. What are your expectations coming into this, and are you seeing any changes? Are you seeing maybe a jump out of Chicken Dinner World Tour from one of the teams?
It is possible. It is definitely possible, but it's gonna be rough, right? I think the only team who can actually get it from this week itself, that would be Loops. But if a team, no, yeah, they're the only one that I can see right now. But I think it's gonna be a little bit more action-packed because it's gonna be the last Miramar. So they're gonna try to bet a little bit more onto this game itself. They know once this is a one and done, and then they can go back to Erangel and Sanok and focus on that one instead. So they're gonna try to do maybe something a little bit more crazy than what they usually do coming into this one.
All right, it's Miramar, it's Vamos. We're gonna be jumping into, for the first and only time as we're talking about it, the game that and the map that is the biggest for us. It has such a huge amount of terrain, and that's also why, you know, these rotations are so damn important. Making your getting your information and making your decisions early in the first 2 circles to set yourself up for those 3rd and 4th circle shifts, because that is where games are won.
And so far, pretty decent playing. They're gonna pretty much go from north to south through the center, and that means that a lot of teams gonna be able to get where they want to. We've seen with those kind of rough planes that still the teams would go for the normal loot spots. They would just try to take vehicles and rotate out. Even despite seeing the first circle not being close to them, they would still go for it, which I kind of like, because that means when you go for your own loot spot, you're playing your own gameplay, what you know best. You loot that spot and you know exactly where you want to rotate in on the different circles, what spots you like to play from. And you might also have a little bit more information on where the other teams are, because usually you want to do a little bit more research on the teams that are close to you. You're close to your rotation routes, close to the spots you like to play, and so on. So it is always helpful to be on your own spot.
And also know your neighbors' timings and locations and everything as well. You see Quick Revenge coming in and jumping in a really, really good circle for this one here. With a lot of you know, familiar area and territory that could be in. We've seen a lot of endings close to Chimacera, close to Picado, and on that big road that leads from Los Leones and all the way to Montenegro. And it's usually where all the teams, they try to take some of those compounds close to that road. There's plenty of loot, and it's really good to rotate from and to there. Let's see what how it shapes up. A lot of teams are far away, though. Alpha 7 is one of the teams that's far away. Storm Gaming is one of the other teams. Inco is also quite far away. Intense Game is looking damn good. They are in San Martin. They are going to have plenty of loot here. They're going to have plenty of cars to get into it. And they have a pretty decent rotation path into the circle. Vivo Key is ahead of them in the power grid, but they're probably going to move before them, or Intense Games is just going to move straight past them with the cars. It's quite easy. There's quite some good highways sort of rotation paths from San Martin and down south.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where the teams are going to opt out to play on this circle. You don't want to go into Picado, but you want to be on good rotation routes around it. So being on the cliffs north of it is not a bad idea, where you see Vivo Key right now. Not by power grid itself, but closer towards Picado. And then, of course, you have the crater east of Picado, and the hill on the north side and west side of that crater is really good to play as well. I feel like those are some of the prime spots, together with, of course, the compounds just west of Picado as well.
Exactly. Harder battle here on screen. 16th in the most kills and 16th in most damage done from the teams overall so far. They need to step that up a little bit if they want to be into that top 10 that they're really trying to get into. We've seen some good things for them, and when they play as a unit, play as a team, they get things done. They are definitely able to and capable to fight some of the teams in the top.
Yeah, they definitely can.
Massive circle. Massive amount of teams on the northeastern side. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams only on the southwestern side of the circle. Everybody else is going to come in from the north and northeastern side and east. That's going to be so much pressure on that. We'll see how the teams they actually come out and they fare throughout the game.
And right now, not too much happening. A lot of teams trying to just get the loot, taking a little careful. I mean, we always had that Los Leones split between Quick Revenge and Black Dragons, but they kind of never engaged the battle there because they both know they don't really want to take that battle. It's so rough in the urban terrain to take that one, despite you having all the time in the world. INTC, one of the first teams to move a little bit more towards the center with 2 guys moving in, and the rest of them are still by Hacienda right now. They got to be careful because doing a quick rotation with 2 and leaving the other 2 on a circle like this means that you sometimes could end up with other teams cutting the 2 later rotators off, and they might just get stuck in a hard place, but it looks like it's not going to be a problem for them. Aren't Souls pretty average stats?
Yeah, in the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
Just like where they are right now, they're a little actually kind of low in the pack. They definitely just need to have one game and they can jump into it as well. Try to contest with that middle pack. With 2 good games, they could be within the top 6, top 8 easily. And again, they are in our league weekend here, so they are getting points. They are accruing points for that finals place and spot right now. So that's going to be super easy for them. Here we have Flamengo in Puerto Paraíso. Interesting to see how they kind of get into the circle, because going into Los Leones, they know there's going to be 2 teams there, and Los Leones is somewhat close to the center of the circle, so they don't need to move just yet. They want to get as much loot as they can.
Yeah, I mean, as long as well, they're not inside, but as long as you're inside right now, you kind of don't need to move at all, because we've seen so many hardships that even if you're on, despite your being close to the edge right now, there's still a high chance that you'll get the circle on top of you. It sounds a little bit stupid to say, but that is the truth, right? Sometimes you just got to take that gamble and hope for the best. And if it comes to you, you might just have like the best game ever.
Exactly. All right, let's see here. Black Dragons, what can you do? What are you able to? We definitely want to see these guys in the top 6 by the end of the day, because the amount of games that we're playing, the setup, the teams that they're playing against is very similar to what they're going to be playing against in the final. So that's definitely the area that we want to see them play at and play around. Playing a loot for them on the eastern side of Los Leones. Cars are getting ready up, and they're going to be moving in. I want to see how greedy the teams get here and the players get, how big the splits are going to be. If we're going to see these 2-2-1-1 or 2-1-1 splits that we're going to see from the teams, and how much they try to get a hold on here, because we definitely want to see those punishments on those greedy splits. Drive past the
yeah.
compound. If you only hear 1 or 2 guys shooting at you, punish that. Take that compound away from them, especially in circle 1 and 2.
Those are the best times to do it, because not only are people going to be more split, but also you're not going to have as many enemies around you, meaning that if you take shots, you start taking that battle, there's a less chance that you'll get third party. But this is a very open map. It is Miramar, so you still got to be a little bit careful. Good scouting here from Inco Gaming before they go into that compound. They're safe. Being a little bit further on the eastern side, as we can see right now. Again, they don't need to move in too far. They got themselves a compound to just wait out the next circle, gather some more information around them instead. Seeing where do we have our enemies. It's better to rotate south, north, depending on where the circle goes, you know, doing the chess game, being a few steps ahead of the game and all your enemies. That's a really good way to play it out. Vivo Keyed getting the high ground here, looking over stuff, and okay, they're gonna start taking some shots. Thing is, even if you don't get, you can get that car explosion, but they're not gonna get the kill.
Oof.
You can't really see where they got out, but they have that ridge line to play there.
I feel like for 4x usually you can see a lot with, but right now it doesn't feel like it's enough. You want to get that 6x or 8x out. It's so far away. You just see those small ants moving around on there because it's so far. All right, circle is popping. We have a team that is it's out of battle going into Valdemar from that side. Why are you not going in on the south side, guys? What's going on here? Circle is going to go.
Expecting more people on the south side, I guess.
Yeah, maybe you expect it to be a gate kept there in the south. Circle is going to pop straight on the center of Picado with some good terrain in for that. And we see Influence Rage with some big splits, and we see some more teams that's going to be coming in on the east side. Now they need to take terrain. They need to reposition. And meanwhile, Black Dragons is fighting here for us against Quick Revenge. Shots are coming in. Ooh, he actually nearly got down.
Yeah. I think this is the first time we see them fight each other here in town. Usually they just rotate out, but they're all pressuring each other right now. Getting close. Zero gets one. Going for the kill straight away. And oh, the M249. Just hold that, that button down and just keep on walking. All right. That's a good win there from Quick Revenge. Of course, they lose one player, but they do get 4 kills for it, though. So it might be worth for them being able to rotate into the next circle as well. So, out of battle, we're probably not expecting Shocks to be here.
Nope.
They would have thought that Shocks maybe start rotating.
For sure.
But they should know that Shocks is always looting Valdemar. No matter where the plane is, they will always be there.
Yeah, and I think Shocks are just as surprised to see out of battle here as Art of battle is to see Shocks that late. But it's about information. This is the kind of tickling the sides. And get into.
It's just a matter of time right now.
Yeah, he's gonna get him. Good positioning, good play. You don't want to fall down on the left side though. Nice.
Yeah,
okay, they get the job done with that.
So the rest of our battle right now is gonna retreat. They didn't cross the bridge, but they're gonna go on the south side where you said why they didn't take, and they're gonna offer that now. Meanwhile, ITC and Fact Esports going head to head here. A little split here from ITC. Looking at things, they have good control over the situation. Frog is probably going to try to opt to go away from this fight. Smoking his vehicle before getting in, so he doesn't just get shot out of it. Alpha 7 is still towards Monte, but at the same time, they do have a crate up there.
All
so
right.
they should get some free loot up there.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what INTC is able to do here for us. Are they able to get things done and the job done while they're taking a fight for a good compound? It's a compound that's fair to fight for, but Fact is looking not too good just yet. Let's see if they're able to get him flushed out, pushing in. It's coming in, trying to pre-fire. That's a bold strategy that I almost just suicided to get the knock, but that actually makes Fact Esports go out. He didn't get anything out of that in terms of anything else than the damage done to him. Now, shots coming in from Influence Rage onto Rise. Rise is far away, and Influence Rage, little boy, only has a 3x, so that's going to be rough for him as well. Let's see if Rise is just going to keep holding on to Picardo, or if they're going to be putting in more work for that one. Southeast side is kind of hectic. It's going to go north. It's going to be such a hectic circle. Only three teams, 2.5 team actually, is inside this next circle here. Vivo Kid and Intense Game is looking really good, but Intense Game is on a massive split. They should get back together, try to defend some of this high ground area, and it's actually a really interesting circle ending here with the high ground and with all the rocks that are in play and some of the compounds that are in play. It's super interesting.
But right now, Intense Game with a huge 1-1-1-1 split. They need to group up and make it into a 2-2 split at least. I feel like, or they're just gonna get crashed by so many teams right now trying to get inside. But it looks like they're gonna opt to go a little bit more towards the north side. Meanwhile, Rise getting into a fight with Influence Rage here, just outside Picardo. But not more than that. I don't know. Like, I guess you can take this fight, but it's not beneficial for any of the teams right now. This is one of the roughest spots to rotate from later on.
Yeah, for sure. One shot's coming in from Toigo, classic Toigo.
Yeah, classic Toigo, red dot.
Using a red dot on a range where you should be using a 3x, 4x, or 6x, 8x. Right, Mufasa. And the guys from Rise fighting with Influence Rage. It's a fight in the top 4 right now, with two teams that have plenty of points to spare. So they can afford this fight.
Oh, Kowski, he gets so much information being up here. And the Rise has no clue. They can't even see him no matter what they do. So as long as Kowski doesn't peek, he can gather so much information to his team. Nay trying to get into the top floor. He does get it inside, but there's no one there to catch that one. Arnold Soul's getting in behind them. They're probably just gonna rotate away. Kowski actually taking shots. Gotta be careful. Oh, this is rough for Arnold Souls right now. 2 guys knocked, 2 guys gonna die from that one. But that rotation itself, you're not expecting teams to still be in Picardo, but because there's 2 teams fighting, holding each other out, they both started shooting out on Souls. I was just trying to get a little rotation past that.
Rise getting some info here. They can afford this fight there. In the circle, Nunez is getting the rest of onto Mufasa for us. Yowski's gonna go down, and they're losing the information actually available to this.
So yeah, they probably say, hey, this is not worth the fight anymore. Let's back off from this. Because else I don't know why Kowski would go down from that position. That would be the best position to take this fight from. Arn Souls goes out on 14th place. A little bit of rough rotation. A lot of teams are setting themselves up. We're going to have a new circle to pop in just a few seconds as well.
Oh, wow. The amount of damage done onto...
Oh, that circle. It goes to the east. Loops. Again, they're going to be inside that circle. They're going to have a great spot by Graveyard right now.
I swear these guys have a magnet for the circle. Like, it's crazy how good they are at it.
This is now a big battle that is going to happen on the western side because people are going to want to have that high ground. Intense Game is going to go for it probably. INTC is already going for it. But at the same time, these guys over here fighting Picardo, this is not the fight to take. Our battle tries to back off, but, you know, Rise is saying, hey, don't you dare go anywhere. We're not done yet. We're going to get those kills. And they get one at least. Looks like Picardo's going to be able to get away for this time. Rise also still have Influence Rage next to them.
Right. See what happens in that case. Are able to get things done.
Oh, Quick Revenge has the compound on the western side of the road as well. That is going to be huge because they might just catch so many teams off guard there.
It's such a good... obviously you lose your cars and stuff, but... it's such a good compound because you actually have easy access to both sides of the road. You can go up if it goes west, you can go east and push over the road because they have the circle is like where it is, so they're going to be able to gatekeep and push out the teams with the cover that they have, and there's not going to be a lot of cover on the other side to play. So when they're the last team to come out from that ridge, they can play it no matter where it goes. But still, somewhat 50-50 to go either on the left or the right side of the road.
Zero.
The road is like a valley. It has so little cover, and all the teams that are going to be on either side of the road is going to be shooting at all these kind of sitting ducks that are in this area that is very open.
Zero, very close, but Intense Game is expecting this. They tried to nade it. They can get them with the nades. Rise. They get one. Quick Revenge, get one knock there. No, 2 knocks even.
Mufasa fell off.
Oh, no.
That's unfortunate.
This is what I was talking about. Having that compound so strong for doing that. Zero, he got close. He actually finds Peep. And now, INTC looks like they're going to take this high ground here. They're going to be able to play this. They need to be focusing a little bit towards the south as well. Make sure that no other teams are going to get over here. But they are forcing Intense Game out. But it looks like Intense Game is having a little bit of trouble because they're rotating straight into Alpha 7 by going on the north side.
Okay, Quick Revenge. What are you able to get done here? You're able to get more kills. Captain is taking some shots.
Farming 7 kills.
With 33 left alive as well for us.
Oh, this might be one of those really good games for him. Same with INTC. Again, with 6 kills already. We saw him in the last game there. Was it 13 kills in the second place? And now they have 6 kills. They have the high ground. They're gonna get much more kills, I believe, in this one. We'll just have to wait and see. Capchow finish off as another one there for Flamengo. I think GG plays the last man standing there for Flamengo right now, but he gets taken down by 0 as well. So 9 kills right now to Quick Revenge. They're still inside the circle. Big fight here between Shocks and Vivo Kid on the southwestern side of the circle. On the other side of the high ground, not where INTC is. Both teams wants to have this. Marjorie, you playing, I think. Wait, oh, Shocks is out.
Okay, yeah, well played.
Yeah, they only had 1 man knocked as well on Vivo Key. They're probably gonna get that revive. Pretty sweet of them. New circle has popped. It's gonna go straight towards the road. It's gonna center up on that, and
in no man's land. There
is nothing to play on this circle, Martin.
It's I mean, Loops, they have maybe a little bit of a bridge and some playable area on the east side, but they're gonna have a fight with Storm, and we're gonna see what develops in that one.
Cardozo low, really low.
Needs to get some more heals off. Demeanor, they know that Storm is over here. They have the information, but they don't want to overextend just yet because there's still people on the other side of the high ground on the mountains. Now, I believe Storm Gaming have made a swap out. They're actually not playing with Dudu today. There's a Toursin, Alansin, and Dino and 7 playing, or was it Elisen actually that was playing? They're making a bit of a swap around today as well. Even though I do love when Dudu plays and he plays with this silent AK that goes do 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 do. That's a good case for sure.
And all right. Loops again taking a lot of control. They have 0 kills so far, but that's probably about to change. Evil Kid here. INTC, they're just gonna keep on farming, and this time the victim is gonna be Vivo Kid getting that first knock. Now, question is, do they have more utilities to use? They lost a lot of utilities fighting against Intense Game early on the north side. They're pushing this on foot now. They're getting down here. No, they want to put some pressure.
7 kills for us. INTC, all 4 guys alive, and they're gonna have a lot of big battle with the guys on the west side, but I don't see them surviving for too long just yet here. Oh, he killed some Quick Revenge. All right, Nedos, what do you got? Shots are coming in the air. Oh my god, with the jump shot straight onto McGrillen. Vivo Kid is losing 1 more player from that. They have a little bit of ridges to play ahead of them, but it's gonna be a hard one. It's gonna be practically impossible to cross that road without 9,950 smokes.
The thing is also, what we could see in the background there was Graphite is moving up towards behind INTC right now. Last man standing on Intense Game. You can see him on the right hand side of the screen there. He could do a lot of damage later on. Chief goes down to Revel, and Chief is probably not going to be revived on that one. He was on his own holding the north side, but he did go down, and he is trying to crawl into the circle, but I don't think that might be enough. This is what I'm talking about. Graphite coming from behind. Already done some damage to them now. The question is, can he find even more?
Oh, Vivo Kid under so much pressure for us. Kapia, though, Quick Revenge here. 9 kills for those guys, 3 alive. Circle actually did swing back on the west. It went super hard west side. And it's a listen. I was talking about it. Is a listen that has come out. One of the players from the Rostov Storm Gaming. They're swapping in about in a little bit. Now, what can we
circle.
get? It's pop west. It's so far west. The teams that are on the west is actually going to be able to play this quite well.
Loops and Alpha 7 needs to fight it out on the eastern side, but this is the fight that everyone's going to be focusing on right now because this is where the circle will be. You want to win this one. Rafa, last man standing.
Nice shots from Kick Adventure. They are actually in quite a good spot on that south side, but it's going to be a lot of open terrain for the rest of the players to get to. And Diego is definitely trying to get some damage done on them. We're going to see that now. M4 in hand. Nope, he's going to play it safe and silent, even though he can't go for the healing strategy because he doesn't have any first aid. It's just now Rafa. And he makes something happen here for us.
Trying to find good, not over pushing this, but actually taking a little bit slower. Committing to the fight. Doesn't find knock. He actually gets killed. Redans, our previous MVP, just finds him through the smoke there. That's a really big win for INTC.
With the headshot as well. Oh, he got Sada with the... Oh, this nade is big. If he gets that in there, it's going to be fantastic. He got a Sada with a knock
double
onto two of the members of Storm Grenade. Storm Gaming, sorry, with a grenade. Now Molotovs are coming in from Cardozo to try to clean it up.
Kills.
It's going to clean it up. They're gonna die.
Cardozo, is he?
Was it in? Was it in?
No, it wasn't inside. No. If he would have gone that inside, that would have been 2 free kills. But he landed just outside. Golden finally lives in. Loop still looking for the first kill.
Diego. I just thought it was something else here. No, it was the Minio that actually got him. It was the Minio that got Corelio, and that's stands there. Loops is playing it safe and sound. They're waiting for that little circle that they have to play with, and then they're getting on the other side of the road. Now Gugavent is repositioning with the car. Now Toiko and the boys from Loops, they are pushing and aggressing onto the Higosada is coming on in 2.9 in hand, and he is deaded. Now no
Alpha 7 pushing up
for him though.
They heard that, they saw that. Look at Carrillo and Swaggling, but they are getting shot though, I'm pretty sure, from Loops on the other side. Nate. So they can't really do anything, but that nade is gonna be perfect. And now there's 2 knocked guys from Quick Revenge over there. And last man standing, as per usual, Capja. We've seen him being able to do a lot of clutch gaming before. See if he can do that once again for the team. Grab some more points. The new circle has popped. It's going to go west again. And it looks a lot like it's going to be in favor of Alpha 7 here right now with this game.
Yeah, Loops needs to make a massive stance, but Alpha 7 has so much high ground. They can basically gatekeep everyone from Loops. Alpha 7... fantastic game yet again on Miramar for us. They are the specialists of Miramar. Kabia has been found. We're down to just 2 teams, 4 versus 3. Revo and the boys from Alpha 7 are looking really strong in this one here. They could potentially get a 12-kill chicken dinner if they take out all 3 members of the guys on Loops.
They were sitting on a tied 2nd place coming into this game, so they really want these points right now, and perhaps maybe even pushing themselves towards a 1st place.
Oh, Toiko. More red dot action.
I love this man. He just needs a red dot, and he does so much work with that. It's so impressive.
Yeah, Swagwin also some 4x controlled spray onto Cardozo. It's coming out. Revo is engaging onto that, and that's what you're talking about, right? This fake smoke, smoking away from where you actually are, and that's gonna make some work done onto Toiko. Cardozo is just gonna deny this. Deny the point from them. Clever, actually.
He knows Alpha 7 is one of the teams that they are contesting against. Yeah. And remember, every point actually counts, especially towards the end. So, you know, they don't want to give away any points for free here, no matter what it's about.
And it's a winner chicken dinner for Alpha 7. Good to see these guys in here again. I didn't expect them to be able to take 2 Miramars. This
definitely not.
I don't want to say easily, but they were actually on the eastern side of the road, and they managed to make a rotation that got them up onto the northern side for us. That was super impressive.
Yeah, they were fighting Loops on the eastern side by Graveyard, but then they saw the circle. And if you would see the statistics of Alpha 7 rotating, how far they've gone in this game, you would be pretty impressed, because they basically went all over the place on this one. Remember, they started up on the north side as well, went down to the Graveyard, went up on the north side to go around to come down on the western side. Basically had so much control throughout this game.
Yeah, for sure. And that was our second game done here. For us, we're going to be back with 3 more games after this short break, guys. Stay tuned out there. And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Edition 2022 Brazil. My name is Avenger and this is Frost. We have played 2 games so far and we just saw Alpha 7 with another Miramar win here, Frost.
Yeah, they won the Miramar yesterday with 19 kills. It wasn't this impressive this time, but it was still a very impressive win for them. Basically, we saw them rotating all over the place, but they always put themselves into a position where they can actually win the game. They know that we can't take the fight against loops right now. We need to start rotating over to the other side, and they end up on this side instead, having the high ground, but also so much control with that split.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, you know, in a situation where you have this much open terrain here, you see it on the map, there is 1, 2, 3, 4 trees to play and 3 rocks to play. If you're not playing on the terrain on the west side that Alpha 7 had, it would be a completely different story if this shack was actually in and Loops and the guys here would be able to sit here for quite a long time. But it wasn't the case. They actually ended up denying 2 points as well for us. A valid strategy.
Yeah, very valid strategy. Loops, of course, they didn't manage to get a lot of kills despite having a really good position, but again, it comes down to their playstyle, shooting a lot of people, trying to scare them away, trying to get a lot of control over the ground, but the circle kept on moving away from them, sadly. So because of that, they had a rough time, and in the end, we saw him denying himself the last 2 players. But they're also a big game for INTC and Quick Revenge as well.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, we're here with the teams that are, we're already, you know, it's the rich getting richer in terms of points for this game here. It's our top teams that are getting a lot of points, and the top teams getting a lot of kills as well. Let's take a look at our top damage dealers, assist makers, and killers as well for this game here. It's going to be interesting to see how many kills that they were able to get and who's going to be, you know, contesting that MVP for the day here. But, you know, for us in this game in general, what I've seen so far from INTC, just from starting here today, it's been super impressive.
Super impressive indeed. But look at this though, it is gonna be Quick Revenge here on the top with Higosada and Zero, of course. 2 players that we saw deal a tremendous amount of damage and kills throughout the whole game there, that they were surviving on the western side. And they had a compound outside northeast of Pochinki. Oh, sorry, not Pochinki, Picado. And they were holding down the road there, basically building a little roadblock for everybody who tried to pass through there. Rise, one of them, for example, lost 2 players to them pretty early on.
Yeah, and it was actually really, really close for all the Quick Revenge guys to be on the top as well. Kapjao second on damage, second on assist. You know, it's super impressive performance for them so far in this game here. They're able to squeeze as many points as they could. But they're playing rough on the south side. The circle was not good to them in the last 2 or 3 circles there, so they ended up having to give it up. But we're gonna look at the match standings for us and see how many points the teams was able to squeeze out of this one.
Oh, it's gonna be juicy. Oof, look at that. All right, Quick Revenge actually get himself 21 points. Of course, Alpha 7 towards the top there with 25. Now Loops only 1 kill, but they got themselves that second place, so they get 13 points. Vivo Keith, we saw them fight a lot as well, getting 9 kills, and so was INT's able to get 9 kills each for those 2 teams. It's gonna put them up there. Inco Gaming, of course, 0 kills, but they managed to survive a little bit, and it's great to see, right? Always being able to accumulate those points, it's so important. And a team like Loops, we know that they're really good at shooting people, really good at killing people, but because of their playstyle, they didn't manage to kill anyone on this one, but still getting that second place.
They really had to fight to get into the circle. I'm quite impressed that they didn't get that many more kills from it. They might have gotten quite a few stolen from it. But let's take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard for this game for us and see how it trickles down. Rise is going to get 5. So I'm assuming our top leaderboard is going to be, or our overall leaderboard is going to be extremely close. Any other surprises here in the bottom half?
I'd say Influence Rage, and especially Intense Game, because Intense Game had one of the superior positions, I'd say, in circle 2 and 3 on the northern side there with the high ground. But they got a little bit surprise attacked, and they weren't able to hold out against INTC. And because of that, they opted to rotate around instead. They wanted to go on the north side, outside the circle, basically, outside the new circle, but they drove straight into Alpha 7. So in the end, it was just a little bit of a survival game, and it didn't work out too good. 2 points is better than 0, at least.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, in a case like this game here where we're playing just one Miramar, it can really feel like you're just, you know, a coin flip, coin toss where the circle is going to go and how you're going to play it. But you really saw how Alpha 7 was able to play predictably around the circle and disengage for some of the fights to take a good spot and try to engage in some of the areas that was actually open and available for them. Yeah,
it's really impressive. And that's like what we've been wanting to see from Alpha 7. I feel like this was another level than we've seen them on before. Despite like yesterday's 19 kill Miramar game and so on, this I feel like was the best game in terms of the macro movement that we've seen from Alpha 7. And I want to see more from them around this topic, because they're really good at doing this. And they've shown us time after time, of course, earlier, not in this tournament itself, but in other tournaments, that they're really good at doing this. And this is the first time they're shining really bright with that.
All right, a look at the MVP for the last Miramar game of this weekend here for us. Who do you think is going to be? It has to be one of the Quick Revenge players, right?
Oh, yes, it's going to be 0. We saw him, of course, getting a lot of damage and 4 kills to top that off. But look at the healing. Only 46 healing. So basically, when he went down, that's when the whole team went down.
Yeah, exactly. Like, not a lot of time to really apply enough of the healing, but the amount of damage that he was able to put out on the kills that he was able to get was super impressive for him, also surviving for as long as he was able to do. Got Quick Revenge a good amount of points for that as well. Impressive things here from Quick Revenge. I really like what I'm seeing from them yesterday and today. They're really jumping back in at it and showing us why they belong where they are. But for us, the overall standings has to be shown here. And do we think we're going to see a little bit of a change up maybe in the very top?
It might be, and yes, it is gonna be Alpha 7 taking the first place. This is the first time someone is taking the first place from Rise since the, like, game 2, I believe, or something like that. So Rise, they had a really good start to it, but not just Alpha 7 being up there now on the first place, but Loops is just 3 points behind. You gotta remember that Rise, they had, I think it was a 30-point lead after the first day, basically, against all the other teams. So the other teams are catching up, but also Quick Revenge now on triple digits. A good 100 points there for them. And Vivo Key, they're just behind right now. They're only 5 points behind to get into the triple-digit club as well. And again, Intense Game was just a few points short of Influence Rage, but it's gonna stay that way because both of those teams died on pretty early on and didn't get too many kills and points in this game.
And if Quick Revenge is able to ramp up the kills in the kind of next 3 games, as they've been able to so far in today and also some of yesterday, and they're looking really good. They could potentially jump at that 4th place where Influence Rage is, you know, pretty good striking distance. And right now it's all our chicken in the teams that's looking good. INTC is back at it. I love that I'm seeing them close to the triple digit club. Vivo Kid as well. And let's take a look at our bottom half of the leaderboard for us. We're going to be seeing how close these guys are. 95 to 80 is the other one, and 72 to 71. So Fact and Inko is actually quite close, respectively 9 and 8 points away from that top half of the leaderboard, so they could jump at it. But Shock's out of battle on it, so and Flamingo, they need to step up if they want to get more points and squeeze as much as they can out of this league weekend here for us.
I mean, Flamingo's doing a really good job in doing that so far, I'd say. Coming into today, they had, was it 16 points, I think? So the Oregon's 13 points in the first 2 games. I think it was 7 in the first one and 6 in the previous one we just had now. And we have 3 more games to go. If they can keep on averaging this is going to be a huge amount of points for them, and a good redemption coming in. And as we were saying, they basically just reset themselves, saying this is the first day we're coming in. If they can average 6 to 7 points per game in every game, that's pretty decent, I'd say, for them coming out of this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? We are, only 2 games deep here. They can make a lot of changes happen and make a lot of points if they want to, getting into these next 3 games here. And especially, we want to see getting as much out of this weekend here as they can. We want to see them play as well as they can, because there are 4 teams right now not playing. They are getting league points, and those guys that are not playing is not getting any of them for us.
Yeah, and I think those teams are probably watching this, and in the beginning, the first day or 2, they were like, all right, nice, these teams are not getting too many points, we can catch up to them easily. But with Flamengo doing this good right now in these 2 previous games here, and they can do even better, it might be a little bit harder for them, because coming in with 0 points, if they make it into the next league play that we're gonna have, those 4 teams is gonna have a little bit of a rougher start. They need to press that kind of from the start. They need to get a lot of points, but it's gonna be a little bit more pressure on them then.
Yeah, all right, we're going to take a look at head-to-head here from our MVPs from game number 1 and game number 2, and compare them and see how well that they have been able to fare throughout the game so far. I believe this has to be all of the game's qualifications as well, otherwise it'll be a little bit too many kills and damage done. But Renians and Saru really close to each other here for us.
Right, and the thing is, both INTC and Quick Revenge has been a little bit of a middle ground team coming into this, but they are doing a lot better right now. INTC was a little bit lower down. I think they were 12th place coming into the league play here, while Quick Revenge, I think they were on a 7th place coming into this. So, or 13th, sorry. So they've been working their way upwards, and right now they're not down there on 12th and 13th place, which is good. We're seeing them doing better and better every day so far, and if there's no stopping to that, they'll just keep on working their way and they'll get towards the top.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what, in this case here, what we've seen from INTC and Quick Revenge today and yesterday is, they're really showing that they are one of the teams that could be and could contest for that top 8 spot. But do you feel that they could be one of the teams that are in that kind of 5th, 6th slot that could be potentially jumping in and taking a jump at the 5th spot for the Americas?
It's hard to say right now, I feel like, because we're still so far away from it, and there's still so many games that is gonna be played. We have 2 weeks of qualifiers, 2 more weeks of league play, and then the finals on top of that. So there's so much time for all of the teams to improve and learn each other, more about each other before that. And we're gonna see more of the teams that have been struggling a little bit. They're gonna get even better, and they're probably gonna catch up more towards the top teams rather than the top teams just running away more.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what, in another case where we are only in our first league weekend here for us, we are playing 2 more qualifications weekend, we are playing 2 more league weekends before we get into this final here. But we're talking about it again and again because we are anticipating that this is the teams that are looking really good. This is the best possible practice they can have as well.
Yeah, definitely. This is even though you're doing really bad, you're still playing these games. Just remember, those 4 teams who are not playing at all, they're missing out on 15 practice games basically. And as you're saying, the best practice you can get is this. The scrims is not ever gonna reach this kind of quality where there's much higher stakes on the line, and because of that, it's so more intense to actually play these games than just playing scrims and so on. And that's why the practice is so good, and it's always going to be good no matter what you do in them. And you can try out new stuff and see, okay, does this work out? Maybe it worked out on scrims, but it doesn't work out here because some teams are trying out some new stuff as well and playing a little bit differently.
All right, Frost, let's take a look at the format here before we get our game started. We're just about 8 minutes out. Let's explain what's going on for this one here. We have 20 teams that's competing in our qualification stage, and they're competing to play for the top 16 to play in the league days. And try to walk us through the rest here, Frost.
Right, so we start off, of course, with those 20 teams divided into the 5 groups, and every second week we're gonna have those qualifying games to get into the league play. And that's just saying, this is the first week of league play. We're gonna have 3 weeks of qualifiers into 3 weeks of league plays in total. And in the league plays, that's where you accumulate those points. And the top 16 with the most points after those 3 league weeks is the teams that will move on to the finals. And in the finals, that's where it's gonna matter the most, because that's where we're playing for the spots into the PMPL Americas. So that's what we want to reach, and it's always one step at a time, of course. So for this right now, it would be the league days itself. Next time, you're gonna start looking into the qualifiers again, focus on that one, and then one step at a time. So don't jump ahead of yourself and think like, all right, we're already into the finals, we're gonna do this, it doesn't really matter. No, you want to make sure that you focus on one step at a time and make sure that you get the most out of it.
And in the finals as well, for us, they're going to be fighting for their lion's share of the prize pool. And obviously we have $150,000 to be fought for here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League in Brazil. $6,000 is going to be given out to all the 20 teams that are already qualified or been invited to play to this stage here through the qualifications periods and in the season 2 of our previous game last year. But they're also going to be fighting for the first place, that is giving an additional $7,000.
Yeah, and that's a lot of money, but it's going to be even more when you make it into the PMPL Americas, of course, where it's going to be a little bit more money, and from there on you can move on to the PMGC as well. So it's all about that one step at a time as well. But also, of course, getting those first places, not just the first place here, but also the MVP first place as well. That's $1,000 and a lot of bragging rights. You have all the bragging rights in the world to say, I am the best player in this region. And I have proof of that, because this is the money, this is my award, this is not you on this, this is my name on it.
This is my award, this is how many MVPs I have in my eyebrows, this is everything that's coming out here from the PMPL. And obviously, once you get into the PUBG Mobile Global Championship and we're playing at this massive stage and they're playing for millions of dollars on the line, it's also where if you're the MVP coming out of region, that's, you know, such a big and huge honor. You're basically the most focused player coming out of that region, whether it's going to be, you know, Brazil, if it's going to be LATAM, if it's going to be any of the EMEA teams. It's just so much focus on these players, and they're going to be talked about and, you know, weighted and compared head to head, everything. They're going to be looking at it so much. And right now we have some pretty standout players that are looking at some of those MVP spots here for us.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, we have some repeat names that keeps on popping up, right? Names like Mythic, like Revel, like Cardoso, these Federal, like they always kind of pop up. But I'm just so excited to see. It's so far away, but I'm so excited to see who's going to be like the end MVP out of everything when we get to that point.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, we are also playing all these games here. We're playing the same format all the way through. They're playing 4 of each maps in the qualification stage, and then here, once we get to the league plays, they're playing 9 wrangled games and only 3 of the other ones for us. So it's obviously super more balanced. You want to focus on having those good wrangled games.
Yeah, and of course, it's a little bit different in the qualifying games compared to the league games here, because in the qualifying games, we have the 5 groups, we have 20 teams, and they are swapping around all the time. So it's a little bit more chaotic in terms of drops, where the teams are going to be and so on. You got to make sure that you do all your homework. But once you get into the league play like we're playing right now, you're going to have the same 16 teams for all of the 15 games, meaning that you'll know exactly where they're going to be. You can focus a little bit more on maybe some specific teams. And I mean, a great example is on Sanok with the Influence Rage and Alpha 7. They're going to focus so much on each other, how they're playing that one out. What did they do that time? Why did they change and start playing like this instead of that? And they're trying to figure all of these things out to just get that upper hand in the next battle.
All right, let's take a look at our overall standings after 12 games played. We have 3 more games to go here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League in Brazil for us. Alpha 7 just took another chicken dinner, put them at 3 that Loops also is at. Rise is looking really good with only one chicken dinner, but right now it looks like it's a three-way fight for the first place spot.
Yeah, that's from the look of it, but who knows? I mean, just 2 days ago, it was Rise on the top by himself. But one thing that is super impressive is looking at the kills itself right now. And you can see Alpha 7, you can see Rise, how many kills they have. 81 for Alpha 7, 78 for Rise. And the closest one behind that, that's going to be Influence Rage on 57. That's a huge gap in terms of point. Remember, every kill equals 1 point. So a lot of points are accrued through the kills itself. That's why it's equally important to get not just a win or high placement itself, but also those kills in every game.
All right, let's take a look at the bottom of the overall standings here for us. It's not going to be too much to show because we are not having 4 of the teams playing at the moment. Looking at this here, is there any surprises right now, or is there anything that you're looking to say, all right, Ingo, for example, do we want to see them up there? Are we expecting to see them up there?
Yeah, I expect to see a little bit more from Inco, especially what we saw from them in the qualifier itself. I feel like they can do way better than this. But again, that comes to Fact Esports as well. We saw really good stuff happening. You can see the kill count on this one as well. Fact Esports is getting so much more kills than the other teams. Percentage-wise, that is basically a 20% increase from the other team. So that means that they're getting so many more kills, but they're not really getting the placement points. If they can work on that one a little bit, it is going to be great. But also great showing from teams like Shocks Esports, Out of Battle. I feel like we've seen them step it up enormously yesterday and a little bit today as well. In terms of they were super low after the first day, but they've been doing really good since then and pushing themselves to get here to the middle pack, and they just keep on pushing now. We still have 3 more games, of course, where they can get even more points.
Yeah, 3 more games to go for us. We're going to be playing 2 Erangel and 1 Sanok. Our wildcard map is going to be spicy, but that's not up just yet here. What are your thoughts coming into this next Erangel here? Are you expecting some of the teams maybe to go for could be a world chicken in a world tour, or just more wins? Because right now Rise only has 1. We would like to see more on the board for them.
Yeah, definitely want to see more from Rise. I feel like the past few games here, we haven't really seen anything. The last 2 games yesterday was a little bit lackluster from them as well. It feels like they've taken that break. They basically hit that break, and they've been taking it a little bit too easy. It's time to step that up again, start revving that engine up, and make sure that you're going full gas again. It doesn't really matter. You don't really need the points and so on. But it's always good. It's always going to be in the back of your head, no matter what, that you had those great results and that you kind of, through a few games maybe, but there is nothing to say that you're not going to come back and do even better from here on.
Oh, for sure. And as we said here, next map is gonna be Erangel for us. We're gonna be playing the bread and butter. Is the most played map ever to be on PUBG. It's the first game. It's the most played game. It's the most known map as well. With all the players, they know all these small dips and dips. They've played it so much. They're extremely aware of their surroundings. But I'm just curious, are we gonna see an absolutely extreme circle and extreme plane path to start things off with? Are we gonna have a little bit of an easy time on them? Because I feel so far we have been a little bit too easy on them for us. We could see a really rough circle. It could be a midi game, it could be a Northwest one, but we're gonna get into things. We're gonna thank you so much to our sponsor again, Realme, for joining us here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. We've been playing the 3rd game of the day. We have 3 more, including this one, and it's going to be a really easy plane path. But are you seeing what I'm seeing here? It's sometimes when the plane ends over a military island for us,
it's pointing, it's telling you that's where the circle is going to go.
Is the circle going to go down there? Go this way.
And Black Dragons, Inco, they drop down there. They're saying, okay, we like what we're seeing here. We like what we're seeing. So it's going to be interesting to see for sure what is going to happen, where we're going to see the first circle. It's going to be popping in about 30 seconds when the plane reaches the end there. But so far, what we're seeing right now is that Alpha 7 dropping early towards Zarki and North Georgia Pole. And I believe Mafioso and Kirill is trying to secure a few vehicles up there because they are a little bit scarce on when you get to the North George. So they're trying to secure at least 2 vehicles there, make sure they can rotate. They know it's going to be a circle towards military. We're going to need those cars, those vehicles to be able to rotate down there. We're not running on foot down there. That's a long run.
Exactly. They're going to be positioning themselves and get into that for sure. Try to see if they can change things up or get some more points out of this last game. Circle is east, northeast. Yasnaya looking good. Yasnaya's close circle Yasnaya ending is also looking very likely. Could be a good game for Influence Rage for sure. They already have a win on Miramar, and they have a win on Erangel already. So they need to win on Sanok to make a Chicken Dinner World Tour possible. But no, they actually don't have a win. They only have one win, right? No, they don't. They have one win on. They have a win on Miramar.
Who
Influence Rage. Influence Rage here.
Influence Rage.
Only one win.
They have one win in this right,
and it's Miramar.
league weekend on Miramar. Yes,
yeah.
The first one they had 15 kills on that one. They had 3 wins in the qualifying weekend though, with 2 on Sanok and 1 on Erangel. They were the first team to get that Chicken Dinner World Tour. But yeah, as we're seeing right now, of course, they've been doing pretty decently, but you know, still pushing there. In the last game, they didn't have too many points. And it's getting a little bit closer between the teams on top as well. So, actually, I just see the first circle. We were a little bit wrong. Yeah. The Prophet was wrong about the circle this time. It happens.
Unfortunate, yeah.
Can't always hit the mark, you know. But we're going to have a northeastern circle. And it looks like most of the teams are going to be towards the western side. Not too many teams are opted to go for the eastern side. So it might be very congested on the western side of the circle later on. Right now, of course, it is. But as we're seeing the new teams coming in as well, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen there. Vivo Keyed, you see them here by a hospital. They like to play it down here. Pretty average when it comes to all of the statistics. A little bit lower when it comes to the healing, or higher on the healing. But, you know, it's all good. I feel like the healing...
That's a good ratio though, right? I mean, if they're low on the healing, that means they've used less, but they're good on damage and kills. So their efficiency in terms of output on damage and kills versus how much they have to heal themselves is very efficient. So their combat is actually very good compared to what they're in there. I mean, higher kills and damage versus what's expected to how much healing they have.
Yeah, but I feel like that's the stat that matters the least if you look at all the other stats, right? You have the survival time, you have the kills, you have the damage, but also we always talk about this, the ratio between the damage to the kills, or damage to knocks and knocks to kills as well. Like those 3, you want to keep pretty close to an even 1, but sometimes we're going to see some teams that are better on like doing a lot of damage. Loops, I feel like it's one of those teams that are really good at always trying to peacock and shooting at all the enemies, whatever that moves that they can see. And you have someone like Toiko, for example. He doesn't even need a scope. He's just like, hey, guys, you take the scopes. I do the same job, but just with a red dot. I'm just this good. I'm just better.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, you know, predicting circles is just like playing golf. Sometimes it goes west, sometimes it goes east, sometimes it goes north, sometimes it goes south. You can't really see it, but there are some tendencies. There are some thoughts that can be to it, and also the strategy that can be applied depending on where the last circle has been, where the plane path was. We're talking a little bit about it here for us. When the circle is this far east and the plane path is kind of cutting down the middle, but it's on the west side, the majority of the teams is going to be coming in from that west side. So the teams that are going to be looking at coming into a good position in the circle will be trying to go around on the north side or around on the southeast side and try to get on that lesser populated area, right?
Yeah, 100%. That is what we should be seeing, at least. It's always not always going to be the case, because at the same time, it could also be a thing of when all the teams do it, it's going to be super congested on those kind of parts. So there's always going to be some sort of balance into the whole thing. If there's no balance, it just doesn't work. You got to have the yin yang, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Here with Storm Gaming. Let's see how they're able to play out this one. As we're talking about, they did make a swap of player. Dudu's not playing. They're into Dayton, 7, Leeson, and I believe it was Tursin. That was the last one.
Like it's swapping things around a little bit, spicing things up. Usually that also means like sometimes you're going to have a certain player maybe that will be doing all the flanks, for example.
It's a lantern, not a Tuasin. Look at that. A lantern is here.
And sometimes if you have like something like the same players always making those big flanks when you're trying to engage a fight, the teams will start reading those tendencies. And if you're swapping players around, you're gonna get away not having those kind of tendencies. It's gonna be harder for the enemies to read you what you're gonna be doing, and you always want to be unpredictable. That is the best way to play the game.
Exactly. Right. Plane path was west, as we were talking about. We're gonna see these rotation coming in, and I already see Alpha 7, INTC, Fax Esports come on that northwestern rotation and try to swing in on the other side. Influence Rage has not moved yet. They're holding onto Yasnaya, and they're making a bet that it's going to stay close to it. But they haven't taken, on the west side, on the east side, any of the library or the police buildings. They have taken some of the northern side of Yasnaya and some of the southern side of Yasnaya. So we'll see if they're going to be sticking onto that one and see how the second circle pops. A lot of teams are coming in on the south side as well. Very slowly, Shocks Esports is coming in there. Flamengo is coming in there. Black Dragon is still in the military.
I like this.
We have a gatekeep from Flamengo.
This is what I'm talking about. They've done their homework. They know that this is the bridge that Black Dragons will try to pass through. They always take the western bridge. Inco always go for the eastern one. And there you see Arnold Souls towards the eastern one. But Flamengo actually setting up a bridge camp here on the western bridge, trying to take out some few free points. It doesn't matter if you get 1 or 2, then you just move into the circle and you already got yourself 1 or 2 free points and you can keep on playing the game. It's just the first circle. You don't need to be in the center of that one.
Exactly. Circle's closing. Slowly.
Mufasa trying to gather some more information. Know that there's a team over here trying to figure out which team was it again that like to play over here. Oh, maybe it was Quick Revenge. Yeah. It's probably them. All right, let's see what kind of information we can get on this one. Rise, of course, we talked about that we want to see more from them. It's been a little bit lackluster since basically since the third game of yesterday.
Yeah.
As we saw them with the 9th place 3 kills on Sanok, 9th place 1st place 9th place 1 kill on Erangel yesterday to end things off with. And today, basically I haven't seen them either. Time to wake up.
For sure.
They used up that little cushion that they had. Act Esports taking a few shots against INTC. INTC super hot today so far. Wouldn't be the team that you want to fight. New circle pops. It's going to go a hard shift. And look at Alpha 7 right now. They can get themselves into a prime position with that rotation on the northern side. But the river will cut off basically in the middle of the circle. And the river with extension of Yasaya, it's going to be really rough. You want to see the teams take a decision. You want to play north, you want to play south. Which one do you choose, Martin?
Oh, this is a hard one. I mean, it's extremely hard to play around this, right? It's a bigger chance on the southeast side. But if you stay where Fact Esports is actually at on the no-lean compound, that's a really good place where you can actually swing quickly in around and probably into Yasnaya, but also has a good prime territory on the northern side. Now, Shocks is putting and fighting some of the fights here with Flamengo on the southwestern side, and it actually didn't pay off for Flamengo what our plans was.
No, they backed off a little bit too early because we see that Black Dragons is basically just moving across the bridge right now, and Flamengo just started moving basically 30 seconds too early. If they just stayed a little bit longer, it would have gone their way. But they lose a player, they're gonna keep on rotating into the circle. Meanwhile, Quick Revenge still in this compound here, finding Arnold Souls up towards Volcano. They're gonna take a lot of shots, trying to get some knocks, but not gonna connect too much.
Shots coming in from Quick Revenge. Not connecting something just yet. Pardal in there. Only level 1 helmet, level 1 vest, and level 1 backpack. It is not looking. Oh, headshots from Mythic. Actually taking GC got down Frost from Honored Souls.
This is it, right?
Start for them.
It's time for him to rise back up towards the top, and that's the start of it, hopefully. Mythic, he needs to find himself some more grenades, though. Because we know he is the nade god in here. There's no one that is contesting him on that part. Alright. Loops. Ooh. Loops versus Storm here. Up by the shacks. Now let's see. Of course, Loops is going to be on the low ground here. Storm has the high ground. A little bit of an advantage. But there is some shacks in between them. And you can see things. Storm has 2 people moving away further up towards Starboard. So it might be a little bit rougher for Loops to take this for Storm to take this battle, but Alazin does have a Groza in his hands. Could be very deadly, preferably on a little shorter range than they are on right now. Well, we'll see what he can do with that. Intense game here with a fight against Vivo Key. Oh, good shots coming in there. Rafa's gonna go down. Peep, he now needs to retreat a little bit, trying to hold this down. But nades are gonna fall in soon. Ooh, McGrellin did spot him in the window. He did get that first knock there. Look at this, Vivo Key now moving in. They're taking control of the bottom part of the building, making sure keeping every doors open. Rafa still going around, but that is it for Intense Game. 16th place. Got himself 1 kill, but that's about it. Vivo Key surviving this one. 4 kills, losing 1 player, but they have a spot at least for now. We're gonna have a new circle soon, of course, and it's gonna center up. That river is still in
with the
play.
water frost.
Now, yeah, now it's a big, like, the extension of the river is basically Yasnaya. So it's basically a river crossing the whole circle right now. And now I'd say north side is looking a little bit better than the south side. And those teams like INTC now with that compound, they are gonna be sitting good there.
I wonder how many teams actually go for like a water play. Just send it into the water and see if they can play from there. Try to get in with the territory that they have. There's so much water in play. There's also a lot of good territory that's not taken yet for us. We can see how they're able to play that out. Now, Alpha 7 and Mafioso on board with these guys. They are on the northwestern side. Not that many teams are there. A majority of the teams are coming in from the south and the east.
Mafioso's scouting a little bit with that vehicle, getting shot at from no lean, so he knows that is taken. Guys, let's back off now. We don't need to go for this. We'll just come in later and take control. For now, we'll just take a compound. Federal getting a knockout there. Getting the flush as well. That is far distance. Good find from them to find Inko all the way out there.
All right, Infinite Rage, what do you got? A greedy split. Do you see this? It's a 1-1-2 split from Infinite Rage. If this pays off for them, for us, it'll be massive.
I mean, they are playing in areas that is playable to do this split, though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, true. But now it looks like Federal is going to go back to Little Boy. And they're going to see how much control they can get from this one. Oh, he's just repositioning his car.
What I'm saying with that split, how it's playable is it's not like the prime positions, so it's not the place where everybody would go for. Therefore, it's
that's what you mean. Yeah, I like that. That's a good point.
So it's easy to do this kind of split rather than taking 2 primary spots to split on. All right, they're just gonna keep them in there for now, I guess. Marlon getting him tagged a bit low. Fighting Garden. Garden's still inside though. Yeah. And we see the full team here. Black Dragons coming in now. Talents goes down to Raisin. Outside the wall. Good first find.
Martinez with another knock as well.
Arnold is down. Nicholas is down as well. Only Dex left alive.
What are you gonna do here? Shots are coming in, connecting. Oh no. That is so unfortunate for Black Dragons. Just 1 kill on that. And Shocks is going to be able to survive with that. And 5 kills for them and 3 guys left alive. And they're inside the circle. They're going to be able to get all the loot here for us.
Really good hold from Shocks Esports against that. And of course, getting that first knock there outside on the wall was so important. Because Racing getting that knock means that they straight away have the upper hand. And they are positioned, they already should have the upper hand because they're the one defending, right? So they already put themselves into position. But that new circle!
What? There's so much water in play still. Shocks is actually going to have such an easy entrance to this circle. They can play that ridge on the left side. Coming in, Racing is going to there. And Vivo Key is taking the Harry Potter and the houses on the west side. Flamenco has the gas station. Alpha 7 is repositioning, trying to swing on that western side as well.
Look at INTC though. They have 3 guys in the Alamo and 1 in the sniper tower right now. It is possible to do that split, but it could be rough for Renans if a full team crashes him and his teammates gotta then be able to just like defend him real good. But so far, we're not seeing that happen. I'm curious to see what we're going to see from Alpha 7. They're usually real good on rotations. We can see them stopping on the western side, the purple dots right now. Inko going to go for the water, all right? They basically going for the survival game for now. And they're just gonna be chilling here. You know, take a swim. It's pretty hot outside. The sun is up, and I would take a cool swim as well. I feel like.
Oh
this
yeah,
kind of weather.
be nice. Getting a little bit of a surf and maybe even.
Oh yeah.
All
Not
right.
too many waves here though, from the look of things.
No, it's gonna be calm. We're gonna be paddle boarding or something instead.
Right, stand-up paddleboarding is it's not a bad idea. Right, this is what I'm talking about, right? Fact Esports, they got into the sniper tower, and this is why it was bad to have Renans all by himself. But so far, he's still alive, still doing the damage. But the thing is, if Fact Esports keep on playing on the eastern side,
Gonna smoke.
INTC can't help him out.
Oh,
Oh, he's going back. Okay,
Yeah.
I like this. I like this. He's looking around, make sure he's not getting shot by another team like Torko with that red dot on the north of him.
yeah. That's good. They can make things work here. Taking a hold onto this LMO compound. Who goes in, is getting shot.
Ooh, that
on the other
nade!
side, it's a good nade from
Oh,
Renians.
that nade actually lands on him.
He needs to be revived. I think it's possible. Shots coming in from the north side, from Loops. Onto Fact. Rough game for them with this position. They have so many teams that they need to defend from.
Yeah, this is a very rough circle. Of course, with the river in place, though, that means we might see a lot of teams dipping down into the river, taking a little dip into the water, taking a swim, some paddleboarding as well. You know, I don't know what they're into.
This is gonna be. We're gonna have a three-way fight here. Alpha 7 on the west side. Be fighting with Vivo Keat and also Shocks later on. Circle is closing, and if this next circle still has water in it, it's going to be such a rough game for the teams that are going to try to survive on the edges. Shots are coming in. Inference Rage been taken out. Now Law is the last player left alive, and he is actually outside the blue for us.
That's gonna be rough for him.
In a rough situation as well. Now lands in. No, he's going to get knocked. No, he
Wait. Yeah, that was Law. Yeah,
it was Law. Yeah. Fantastic knocks from him.
Lazin is very low though.
Needs to run away
basically
and
just
survive.
one shot. Yeah.
Yeah. Get into the car. Let's get away. Let's try to get into the circle. And it's actually a little bit playable. They have a 3vs from as well. Nino. Oh, shots coming into Nino. He's been found. Pirtic is going to take that one down. Bro is taking shots as well for Dino.
He's the last man standing. He's down to 1 HP. He's probably not going to get the revive. No. So he's going to be the last man standing. But he does have Torko just next to him. Want to get that kill straight away. So no information is relayed to the rest of the Loops team. But he's got to be careful because he is getting shot as soon as he stands up. Mythic out here fishing a little bit with that M4 fishing. Looking a little bit into the water. See what he can find. Big fishes in the water, he says.
Look at all these fishies.
Saying, oh, look at all these fishes. Guys, come over here. Help me out. We can fish and get ourselves a good dinner here.
Oh, nice. That's good to see.
One.
So much control when you do this and you play like that. But they can also afford it. They are in a really good spot in terms of points. Racing. Shots coming in. Alpha 7 is pulling up. Alpha moves. 0 kill on them. And Mafioso is low. They need to kind of chill a little bit here with Vevo. Heals coming in. Now nades are coming out. Revo needs to duck down. That's a really good hit. He gets taken down from the side though, from the left side.
Oh, now it's just Mafioso, last man standing. He's gonna take shots. Oh, good spray taking down Cielo from that range. Now he wants to get the res, but look at this. Evo Key, they're putting pressure on this, despite having one man down. And Mafioso, trying to get that, but it's not gonna help. Diego is close, trying to nade, and it's gonna work out. Good play from Vivo Key, taking out our current leaders, Alpha 7, out of this game. So they go out with 0 points now.
Super well executed now, right? Still trying to defend the south side and the riverbed. Quick Revenge taking shots onto Fact Esports. They have been under so much pressure here, Fact Esports. But now it's onto the INTC. They're gonna have to move as well. They're gonna have to push. More shots are coming in. It's Nunez actually putting pressure onto some of the guys from Fact. They're close to the water as well. Let's see what they can do from this one for us. No, it's a far one.
Yeah, and they can't throw any utilities across either. It's too far. It's so tempting. It's just like, I just want to get over there, and finish the job.
Yeah, get the point on.
You gotta be careful because look at this. The revive goes off. Frog is straight away starting to shoot back at quick revenge.
Mathus taking some shots with the silenced. M4 shots are coming onto it there. He's connecting and is actually getting it job done with that
car explosion.
Yeah, as you said. Renians with another knock on to Flamingo, and it's actually the last player. It's a flush and knock, and they're out in 10th.
Look at this INTC preemptively actually moving right now. They are rotating a little bit, and the circle hasn't hit yet. They know we don't want to get stuck here when the circle moves. But look at that new circle. It's going to go back to the eastern side. This is going to be so rough. Oh, no. But some teams have already done a good job. INTC, I believe they had 8 kills to their name right now. That means that no matter what happens, they already had a good game.
Yeah. So much of the gas station is actually in. If Quick Revenge is fast, they could swing back and take the riches and go into the gas station and be backfilling onto the position of Bryce. They're somewhat stuck here on those rocks there. I could see them do it. I think they have just the amount of space that they need to do it, but they need to do it fast. Otherwise, it's going to be too late.
Bryce has so much control right now, but imagine if the teams on the north side gets cleared out. You can basically park some vehicles on the bridge itself and play that until the circle closes down, and you can get yourself some angles and basically also jump into the water from there on as well. So that might be a real good viable play later on. We'll have to see what happens. I want to see what Rice is going to do with that 2-1-1 split right now. Shox is coming in as well. They're going to dive straight into the water, but this is what I'm talking about. Rice, they're taking a lot of control. You can see, they can see all the way down the river side here, so they know these are just fish in the sea that we're gonna go for later on. Did he hit him? He actually did. He got him. Mythic is knocked. That is exactly what could not happen.
Mufasa's the last player. Nunez and Rafinha is also knocked. Shots are coming in from...
that is correct.
Yeah, INTC is taking so much control here from the water side. And
that is bad for them.
Mufasa is getting naded. He's half HP now. He's going to try to disengage, go over to the gas station and reposition forward and try to play for points for him.
Yep. They do have 5 kills so far, so it's at least a few points on the board for them. INTC, gotta be careful here. Netos getting shot.
Wow,
no, the other one slipped into the water. Fasa's still doing the work here.
Heal up. You need to heal up, otherwise you're gonna get taken down as fast as possible. Full HP, only right at 55. Okay, aggressive push into the water. I love it.
Is he gonna go for the revives?
No way, that is not happening. I don't believe it if he actually managed to pull that off. We'll see though. With Thus, the Molotov. Shots are coming in. It's okay. So nades are coming in as well. More shots are coming in onto Storm. And this is such a like it's a okay, he's out. They are done. They're away. They're gonna be naded.
Let's see.
It's coming in. Renians onto Mufasa, of course.
Ooh, good, because they had someone in the water as well scouting for them, and they were using that to gather information, be able to pinpoint where do we throw the nades. Now the biggest threat for them is going to be Quick Revenge. We can see them up there on the rocks having a lot of control, and the rest is basically down in the water. INTC is the bravest team right now. They are the one who is trying to take control time after time here, dipping their toes into the water, but still comes up from time to time. Brennan's here. We saw him with the nades earlier. Still holding down. See that he's going to take some shots every time. They're going to try to get a little bit of breath. It's going to be rough for them. Just a matter of time. Look at Zero just looking for him, scouting. Got to be careful though, because Quick Revenge still has the high ground. They're going to take shots. Quick Revenge actually got the circles well on top of them. Low-hand, that's dirty. That's such a dirty angle. Dirty angle from the
bridge.
One
down though. No, it's gonna be a rough one. Is this looted yet? Is this crate looted yet? He could get a full gear and he could hide behind it and actually get breath from it.
That could happen, but it's kind of just delaying it at that point, I feel like. Inko still has 2 people in the water, of course, out of battle as well. And right now, Zero could basically... no, he's going to have a rough time trying to move up to the to the gas station with Loan holding this angle. And you can see Higosada setting himself up as well, make sure that they are going to deny him any way to get in or get up there.
From Kabyao.
Getting one of the fishes.
Going nades into the water. And now they're going to be having to push out of the water here for us. Zone is moving. Lohan needs to reposition. Only 13 bullets in his gun. He needs to reload that Scar, and that has to happen fast.
Zero gets tagged down. Look at the capture. Yeah. And he goes out. They make a push on that. They want to take control of this. They know if they get Zero out from there, they have full control over this whole situation, over the whole game now.
They have to win anyway, I feel like unless they throw this.
Yeah, this is the only threat they have against them right now.
Oh, nice knock from Lohan. What an anger position from him. Looks like both Pardal and Ingo still in the water. INTC still has 2 players up, but
no,
two
they
players
have one
alive.
But Zero is knocked down.
I don't see Zero surviving this one. No, it's Nate's. It's Nate rain happening, and now there's full control from Kapiao. Vito is healing. Baker is sitting on the little ridge under that rock.
I mean, Baker is outside, so he's gonna need to move, and it feels like it's just a matter of time before he's gonna get found. Meanwhile, Vito's still healing. Just a few bandages left.
There's a lot of career that you could go for.
Oh, he got the Jinx skin. A nice one as well. V2, last breath.
Oh, nice.
Not gonna work out. Becker trying to get the nades here. Oh, gotta be careful. That's the final one with the nade.
They jumped into it after him. It's gonna be quick revenge for us with another chicken dinner for them. They started off our league weekend here on Erangel for a win. And they had the really good game here on the last game as well. And now they get another chicken dinner for us to go with this one. What an amazing game for Quick Revenge. What amount of control that they had. They controlled this entire game. Well played by them.
I mean, I think one of the best things was when we saw them having a battle from the eastern side of the river there, shooting over to the western side, knocking people back and forth. I think Fact Esports was down to 1 player, but they knew we can't go over there. If we try to even get over there to try and get those kills and finish that off, we're gonna throw the game, and we're not gonna do that. We're gonna take control here. We're gonna hold our ground, and that's what they did. They got themselves that sweet chicken dinner.
Yeah, super well executed by Quick Revenge. Congrats to you guys. We're gonna go to a short break before we're gonna be back here for PMPL. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring 2022 for Brazil. My name is Avenger. This is Frost. We just had an absolutely crazy game with Quick Revenge taking another win here. They managed to get one in the very first game of the league, Frost, and they managed to get another one here. Is this the rise of Quick Revenge, or are they just getting revenge on the first day and the second day?
I mean, looking at things, they're just stepping it up time after time after time, and for every game it just becomes better. Here we go with the MVPs of this game. Of course, we see Fenix up there with 5 kills. Really nice to see that we see some Shocks esports players up here.
Right.
They are having a little bit of a rough time, but again, they're also one of those teams that have been just doing better and better all the time. And a little bit of a redemption from Mythic being up here with the damage. We're seeing Rise having a little bit of a rough day so far.
Yeah, a little bit, you know, in a case where we want to see more from them, it's obviously unfortunate, but yeah, Mythic coming into here again, taking most damage is kind of scary, but I want to see, and I'm kind of curious to know who's going to be the MVP for this one here. Before we get to that, Frost, I'm going to let you guess out too.
I'm going to say Fenix, of course. I feel like, yeah, he's the one. You see, he got that cut in the eyebrow already.
Oh,
he's ready for this.
He's ready for it. But before we go to that, we're going to see the match standings from this game here for us. We're going to see how that points trickle down and how much is going to be added to it. So obviously it's a big one for it. 26 points for them because they're able to get 11 kills, but 14 kills from INTC. What a game for them, Frost.
Again from INTC. I mean, they've been super stable here today in the 3 games we played so far. And Shocks again as well. Like, I love seeing this. Teams that have been a little bit further down now, they are doing really good. And it comes to Inco Gaming and RF Battle as well, of course. All of them with double digits and well needed for all of them.
Yeah, all right, let's look at the bottom half of this leaderboard here. We have a 777, the lucky number 7, and now we have 5 and 5 for Fact and Influence, Rage, Loops surprisingly down here, Alpha down here, Intense Game down here for us as well.
Yeah, a lot of heavy names that is down here. But again, that also tells you the story, right? That the other teams, they are getting better. They are rising up from that bottom of the leaderboard, making sure that they are taking advantage of this, taking out those big names, those big teams, make sure that they get a big chunk of the points as well, as much as they can with the last few games we have here.
Yeah, we have 2 more games to go. We're going to be playing Sanok in the next one for us. I'm kind of interested to see what's going to be happening in our wildcard match. Before we go to that, though, we're going to show the MVP standings from the list this last match here and see who this is going to be. Who it's gonna be Fenix. You knew already. All right, yeah, he does have, you're right, he does have that eyebrow.
His cut kept on going up in the hairline there as well.
Oh yeah, that actually looks really good. It's lined up perfectly like that. Good to see Fenix here. 5 kills, 4 knockouts, 676 damage, 1 assist, and a big chunk of healing because they had to play and fight for this game overall here for us. Absolutely crazy to see.
And it was so much battling going on in this game. I mean, the circle bounced back and forth, east, west, basically off the river all the time. So it was super hard for all of the teams trying to decide where to play from. It was a little bit of a coin flip in the end to like, all right, we chose this side. It didn't really work out. But we saw, of course, that they tried their best trying to get that high ground position to play from and getting that control. But in the end, it was only one team that could stand tall on that.
Yeah, sometimes the circles are like golf, the balls goes everywhere, north, south, east, west, and sometimes the circles are like ping pong. It goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and that's what we saw here. But overall, Quick Revenge is able to take it home. But we're gonna see our overall leaderboards and how things shape up for that one for us. It's gonna be a big one because a lot of our top teams did not have of games, and they actually stagnated a little bit, and that actually means Quick Revenge is gonna jump into our top 4.
Yeah, not only that, but we also have 2 more teams joining the triple digits, INTC and Vivo Kid as well. And one by one, they're just getting up there right now. And I mean, sure, we have a little bit of a cutoff from the top 3 basically right now. But look at Quick Revenge, though, how good they've been able to put themselves up there.
How quick they were able to jump into the top 4.
How quick they were with the revenge of getting back
exactly.
down.
They got back into it and they had a really good day, and also the end of yesterday was super good. So good to see these guys to jump into things and get the job done. Now 2 chicken dinners, both on a wrangle, and we're going to the next map that's going to be Santa Claus. So we want to see them maybe potentially get one of those as well, so they can get closer to that winner chicken dinner. But we're going to look at the bottom half of the leaderboard to see how things shapes up down there. 86 points. Black Dragons now down outside the top 10 for us.
I mean, 86 points is still a lot of points, so it's not really that bad, I'd say. Sure, it's a long cut from the top spots, but it's still a lot of points in terms of if you look at what you're doing here, because if you miss out on a weekend, of course, a league play weekend, it's a lot of points. But them having these kind of points, it's kind of like secured points already. You can do way worse than that. Of course, we have a few teams down there right now. It's been a little standing still there on Arnold Soul, sadly. But hopefully they can bring that back soon. We still have, of course, 2 more games. They can get themselves a good chunk of points on those 2 games there. But Art of Battle and Shocks Esports, they're doing a phenomenal job trying to get back towards the middle pack, and I mean, I'd pretty much say that they're joining that right now.
Yeah, for sure. It's looking good for that, and it's shaping up to be an overall great game for them and a great weekend to be able to get this amount of points. And now there's just 2 games to go for us. It's looking very likely that, you know, our middle packer is gonna be able to get around those 100 points there. So it's our threshold is very likely to be higher if you want to make sure, if you have 4 teams that are not playing in this game here or in this weekend here, they're going to be playing potentially in the next 2. So you're going to have a really, really good weekend if you're only playing in 1 or 2 of the weekends.
Yeah, and I mean, every point counts as well. So it doesn't matter like how many it is. It's all about what you end up with in the end. So it's going to be so important, especially coming in here with the last 2 games now, because you might not make it to the next league play. So you want to make sure that you can gather as many points as possible right now in the 2 upcoming games. Like, give it all you got. Like, there's nothing left to do after this. You just got to focus on a qualifier. So now is the time, if any time, to bring out those aces out of your sleeves and make sure that you pull out with those strategies that you've been working on so hard lately.
Yeah, and you know what? We have 2 more games to go. The next one is going to be Sanok Frost. We're going to talk a little bit about predicts here and what we're predicting that it's going to be. Are we expecting some teams that haven't won a ticket in it before? Are we going to see, you know, a team like Intense Game that showed us in the qualification rounds that they were able to take actually 2 of the games that they were playing on Sanok? And you know what? It's kind of spicy because, as we were talking about here, you know, it's kind of a wildcard map.
Yeah, I'm gonna put everything on Alpha 7 that they win the fight in bootcamp. And that they're gonna get themselves the win, of course, because they're gonna win that fight super early. It's not gonna be a 50-minute stalemate this time. And then they're gonna be in a very good position, start rotating in, getting all those juicy loot, and they're gonna win the game. They're gonna get that Chicken Dinner World Tour and winning 1 game on each map in this league play itself.
That's, you know what, it's kind of a bold strategy you go here with putting everything on 1 team. And you know what, I'm gonna jump aboard and I'm gonna jump exactly on the other side of that coin, because then it's a head-to-head with us too. I'm gonna say Infant's Rage is gonna do well. They're gonna wipe out Alpha 7. They're gonna take Alpha 7, they're gonna put them on the floor, and they're gonna wipe the floor with them, and then they're gonna take that Sanok game home and show us why they are doing as well as they are as well. It's Infant's Rage for me, and Alpha 7 for Frost. Is going to be interesting to see how that shapes up. And we're going to be following it in the very start. Very likely to see this bootcamp jump happening as well. And as we were talking about earlier, Frost, both of the teams are doing so well. I don't really see them stop fighting for bootcamp until it comes down to, are they able to do well in the final potentially, or, you know, changes is not going to happen until the final. What are your thoughts on that?
I definitely don't think any of these teams want to stop that fighting happening. And I'm not just talking about this last game here for today on Sanok itself, but I'm talking about in the future as well. I think even going into the finals, it's going to be down to like maybe the last ever Sanok in this PMPL Brazil that they might give it up, because that's when it's going to matter if some of the teams are not in a good position. If they're both in good positions to get further on to the PMPL Americas, they're just going to keep on fighting for it, no doubt.
All right, the game is underway. We see this playing path on the western side. It's not going to matter. The map is so small that you can join basically anywhere that you want with any of the playing paths coming onto this. And we're going to have our eyes glued to the screen and following this bootcamp Alpha 7 Influence Rage fight if it goes down, or if there's any other potential hot drops or fights that is going to go down early on. Not much changes I see happening, not much changes I kind of expect. The teams have so much space to loot on this map here for us.
Yeah, and one thing I want to see is what's going to happen between Flamengo and Fact Esports. All right, especially with that circle now.
Yep.
It's well, it's a Sanok circle. It's going to cover most of the map. So it's not going to be too bad. That fight in bootcamp could be dragged out for a long time.
And you can see teams joining it. Like, it's a center spot right now. Obviously, it's, you know, we don't want to put all your eggs in one basket already. Influence Rage is holding on.
Already did.
Yeah. Influence Range is holding 3 guys on to the Lobster.
This is their loss, though, because Kioski is so far out by himself. If Revo finds him right now...
It's versus Revo as well, one of the best players in Brazil right now. He's going to find him, take him down with AK.
And this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, now they have the upper hand. If they already know as well that all 3 of the remaining players are in Lobster here, they could potentially just go for it. But looks like Influence Rage is going to push out straight away. But they're getting shot at right now. Another one getting taken down here by Carrillo. And now Law, he's going to go inside the warehouse trying to flank around. But he's going to be careful, though. Little boy still standing as well. Right with the M249, trying to take some shots on a distance. Not going to connect, but not looking good for Influence Rage right now. 2-man standing only. DBS fight, and it's going to be Carrillo standing tall on that DBS fight itself. And now it's only down to Little Boy. 1 HP, basically. He's going to go prone. He's going to go die because he's going to be taken out. And I win that one. This is my battle.
Frost wins the head-to-head. I win with Influence Rage, and you win with Alpha 7. Now they just have to win the game for your bold prediction to go through. That is obviously something we're going to follow. 4 kills to start things off with, and plenty of time to loot the rest of bootcamp. Get fresh in the middle of this. And they're literally in the middle, as you say here. It's crazy.
This is exactly what I was predicting, right? Win the fight straight away, straight off the bat. They get all this loot, and then wherever they want to play from. I hope that they're going to be playing from the trifecta on the river, just west of where they are right now.
Right.
If they take that spot and cover like the crossing there, they can gain so many kills. But it's super hard to hold, even though despite having 4 players up, it's super hard to hold. So we'll have to see and wait what they're going to be taking and
it could be
where
a
they want to play from.
game-breaking or a record-breaking game for them, you know, starting with 59 alive still. It's definitely something that we could see if they take a position where they're playing aggressively for points and kills. So let's see what and how that shapes off just later. Now, Quick Revenge, a great day number 2 and 3 so far for them.
Wait, look on the map. Flamengo is actually just north of bootcamp right now. They're getting really close, and INTC might be pushing them a little bit, which means that they might be pushed into the north side of bootcamp. If that happens, Alpha 7 is probably going to be ready to try and get themselves a few more kills. We'll have to see what happens. This is what I'm talking about. INTC, Flamengo, really close to each other here. A fight is about to break out. They're just trying to gather as much information as possible. But look at this. GG Play doesn't have a helmet.
Ooh. Carrillo still level 1 helmet and vest. Frost, we want to see them with at least level 2 gear before they go out.
No first aids.
No first aids as well. Level 2 gear gives 40% damage reductions. Oh, okay, that's an upgrade and a half. Level 1 gear gives 30% damage reduction. 2 gear gives 40, and 3 is 55 damage reduction. Plus, it has higher durability as well. There's a massive difference for them. Want to see that higher gear.
You're not going to need any of that if you're not getting shot at, though. That's for sure.
But I feel like in a battle royale like this with 50 other players that want to shoot you.
INTC.
Ooh, INTC.
All right.
On down. They lost Rafinha as well, though.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunate for them. Maybe he got ratted a little bit.
Still no first so here on Carrillo.
For sure, yeah. Needs to loot more. That's understandable. They need to loot more.
Not finding all the loot they want. And as we can see right now, there's a lot of teams actually closing in all around bootcamp. So Alpha 7 is probably not going to go anywhere. They're going to be sticking around here for now, I feel like. Loops is just south of them up on the hill. They could basically shoot Carrillo right here, right now, if they want to. But they're probably just opting to take it a step back for now, gathering information, make sure that their backs are clear. Because as you can see up here where Chief is, he knows. He can smell them. He says, hey, there's some sneaky boys over here. It's going to be Quick Revenge. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We basically have 5 to 6 teams just around bootcamp right now.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see if some of the teams, they decide to jump in there and get into things, or if they are just waiting for a better position inside the circle. Circle is closing. Chief is trying to get info, but he is very aware that there might be or is a team over here. The other guys, you see Demeanor on the right side and Toiko on the left side, jumping in and really setting up for a potential fight with that. Now we see Adrian on screen, our first triple MVP. Got most damage, most kills, and most assists in one game. We've only seen it one other time for us. Who was that actually? I actually forgot now. We had one or other triple MVP.
That would be, who was that again?
Yeah, I actually don't recall right now. Adrian was always be our first. It's like your first girlfriend. You always remember them a little bit extra, right?
Igor Sada.
Igor Sartar from Kick Revenge is, yes, you are right. You are right indeed. All right, circle closing, circle popping very soon here for us.
And yeah, let's see where we're going to be heading.
It's going to be ping pong?
No, yeah, I mean, it is a hard shift towards the west, but
it's the majority of the teams are there. Now, I want to see Loops go to that trifecta you're talking about for us.
Yeah, exactly. So just west of Loops, down there by the river crossing, they want to take both sides of it if they can. If they can hold that down, it's so good. And it's such an important hold right now, because that means you have crossing to every single island from here on as well. And with this, I mean, it's basically a 30% on which island it's going to end on right now. And that makes it super hard for all of the teams, Bass. We can see on the southwestern side, it's only Inco right now. Of course, RF Battle is a little bit out in the blue there, so they'll probably push in there. On the northwest side, we have Vivo Kid and we have Fact Esports. And then everyone else is on the eastern side right now.
Yeah, exactly. NTC, Flamengo, you know, somewhat of a standoff. The NTC super split up, but Flamengo has two guys close to each other.
Yeah. The only team that is actually not on the eastern side of all of those teams would be the team you predicted. Influence Rage.
They're in the ground. They have been deaded in this game now. Carrillo taking shot. He's gonna go down to Loops. Loops setting up a massive gatekeep and trap for them. This super well played here for us.
Exactly. This is what I was talking about earlier, right? They opted to not take the shots. They spotted them out earlier, but they didn't take the shots because they want to wait until they come out into the open. They have nowhere to go. That's when you strike. Now they got that first kill, but they're looking for another one. But they gotta be careful. Toiko has there from Quick Revenge that is pushing from the side. So basically, right now they're taking two. They need to choose one of them. Which one is gonna be more important? I feel like it's gonna be Quick Revenge because they can take that fight. They can get Toiko back up. It's gonna be huge for them.
Shots coming in. Swagman returning that. 4 kills already for Alpha. 7, but it's rough position to try to get out for. They need to try to have another kind of entry into the circle in case it goes away from them. A really good gatekeep from Loops. Nice nade here from Demina. Could go close to Saru. Oh my god, this is Nicholas. He literally just ran up onto Renyans. MVP of the first game.
Renyans muted his sound. Didn't hear anyone coming up.
Oh, Mithu's gone down to Fakoshin as well. It's a rough one for INTC here for us.
Yeah, Nero's last man standing, but he's getting shot at as well. He's gotta be careful. He knows. Oh, how is he still alive?
Hide. I'm friendly.
I don't know how he's still alive. It's in the midst of Flamengo. They have 2 guys on each side of him right now. 2 of them are behind him. Oh, this might be it. Getting the first one. Gonna go for the kill. And he gets taken down low because of it. It's gonna be hard to try to clutch it out now. Unless he can get a first aid off here without getting shot inside. But that's gonna be a no.
Denied from Maxon.
Taking him
max
down.
Damage. 1 hit only on him.
These guys have had a beautiful day so far.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, this is the Waka map. So they're just gonna say, hey, this doesn't mean anything. We'll come back strong in the next game. On the last one, on Erangel. That's where we play best.
All right, Loops, what do you got here? Are you just going to gatekeep Alpha 7 until you see the next circle? Or are you just going to go for points? Or are you just going to make a statement here that you guys are definitely up to the task to take on Alpha 7? Shot coming in from Nicolas. What a shot on to the head with 3x
Mythic.
and 4. Shots coming in from the left side, though. Mythic with a fantastic hold onto things.
Not getting any knocks though, but he has a nade in his hand. So
Ragnar's
always be
knocked.
afraid when he has a nade in his hand.
I think he got Ragnar actually on that
yeah.
cross.
Oh, Nunes.
Nunez bouncing on off the nade. No, yeah, good bounce. He jumped out though. Now Flamengo is peeking onto this fight. Maxim with some shots, shooting onto Nicholas.
Oh, did he get Nicholas?
Resident's gonna go down. Oh, Phoenix is the last player actually. Now from Shocks for us, and Shocks is out.
Shocks had a good run. Yeah, had a good run, but once again, wildcard map. Anything could happen. We have a new Cirque wall. It's gonna head towards the southern island actually. So basically, there's one team that was inside that when they popped that would have control, and it would be Inco. They're in the center of this wall, but we have to wait and see where they want to play from because right now they still have some few choices. Meanwhile, this battle is still going on between Black Dragons and Rise. Actually, that one is ended now. Rise is gonna take that one. It's a +1 in the books for them right now. Now, Alpha 7, they're just outside the circle here. Bootcamp is just outside, so they're going to need to find a way to cross. Best way would be going out on the west side, crossing to the northwest island, and from there on move down to the southern one.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be a great play from them. Flamengo, 3 guys alive.
Of course, it's easy for us to call it. We see the map.
It's hindsight and information that is available to us. This is information that the players, they have to gather themselves from scouting in-game, from looking through their scopes, from checking it with their faces, and literally just getting all this information that we're just saying they should do this. But it's based on what information that they can gather. And if they're not doing it, it's not because they're bad. It's because the information was not available to them.
Sometimes even if you scout something out, this is Sanok, people can be hiding all over the place. And it's so hard to find every single snake on this map. Maxon's still holding this this high ground here against Rise. See if they can find some more. They're still outside the circle, but as you can see right now, they don't need to move yet. But hold on. Revo is actually knocking Netoso over on the north side. And that means GG Play needs to do something about that. So he's going to be leaving here now. Rise, they're going to get what they want. They're going to be able to get in, hopefully. But you can see, intense game. They're just behind the camera right there. So they're creeping up onto Rise right now. Max and GG Play, last 2 members standing here on Flamengo, fighting against the Alpha 7. Both wants to win this fight so they can cross the river. Both needs to win this fight to cross the river.
It's going to be a rough last game here, or last Sanak here for us, because the amount of teams that needs to cross on the eastern side is actually really, really high.
Yeah.
Alpha 7 with some push onto Flamengo. Flamengo's out with that. Ooh. That's 7 kills for Alpha 7, but only 3 guys alive. Can they make it? Can they make magic happen here with your prediction?
I'm going to blame Loops if not.
Right, yeah. Agreed. It can only be one's fault, and it is Loops.
Yeah. But yeah, so I wonder if they know about each other here, Rice and Intense Game. Looks like both are a little bit passive, so they probably know, probably heard each other at least.
Next one's gonna hurt, bro.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Oh no, Mystic is gonna go down. Yeah. Good shots from Rafa there. Good hold. I have a few first aids to play with, but not too many. And Rice probably don't have a lot either, considering they just got out of this battle, and on top of it in the blue, a little bit longer as well.
Nice shot. Peeping into the window. Taking more
another jump shots.
Nunez down low. I mean, he's gonna die. They're gonna push him. Boom.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do.
Waterwall play from Peep there. He peeped around into the window, got him down, and that is basically it. Now he's gonna try to heal and try to get into the circle, but have a car, they could make a move. And now Alpha 7 is also into the woods. We're on board with Swagwin here. He's inside
over here.
Revo and Mafioso is inside the circle, so he can make stuff happen. Zeus Boy taking down Nino and flushing him as well for us. We want to see more from Honored Souls. We have seen what they're able to do, what they're capable of doing.
They're stuck in a really rough position. They're between Intense Game and Loops.
No way. They're actually gonna get full rotation available for them here in Intense Game and try to see. Are they gonna survive?
Where are they gonna go? That's what I'm wondering.
Straight into the middle. Go to the compound.
Straight to Alpha 7 from the look of it. This might be some fish in the water for Alpha 7. Oh, they actually stopped. But they have the high ground against Alpha 7 right now.
Oh, what
they actually went down here as well.
Vero got down, and Rafa is now half HP.
Last man standing as well for intense game.
Unfortunate for Revo. He actually got down 2 players here. Intense game is going to go down in 10th place for us, but that means 11 kills for Alpha 7. But now they're just down to Swagwin and Mafioso.
Oh, did I say that they would win? I meant that they would have most points in this game.
Yeah, most kills, right? Yeah, exactly.
No, most points. Most points overall.
Almost points. Okay, that's still a bold prediction.
They'll get like a few more kills at least, and then they'll get like second place, third place. Yeah. Okay, we got a new circle. There's still actually now it's turned around a little bit, so it's basically a 70-30, I'd say, with 30% on the eastern side and 70, maybe 40 even. 60 west, 40 east.
57.8.
Okay.
And 42.2% chance. I'm joking.
I didn't know your middle name was.
Okay, let's not go there.
But yeah, all right. So looking down on the south side though, towards Painan, Art of Battle actually has both sides of the bridge, so they know that they want to take control of that, but they have Quick Revenge, all 4 man up in that compound just on the western side there. It's rough, but hey, they still have a chance to rotate across if they want to.
What are we gonna see here from Ingo? 4 guys alive, no kills just yet. And have a good spot. Adrian sneaking up onto Becker. They know. They are fully aware of each other's position here.
Toiko spotted GC God, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so. 1 mid. Ingo taking shots. It's golden. Shots are coming on to Ramos, and Adrian is finding him. Oh, and he's finding one more.
Second
shots.
A little bit of redemption. Adrian goes down. How much more can they do right now? Oh, actually, Storm is coming in from the south now as well. They heard that fight.
Oops is hurt. McGrellin coming in to help. Might get the res off here. Been good for Vivo Keed. Would be a good game for them. Finishing off small fights on the west side here, but Vivo Keed is looking to come back at this and actually get everyone on their feet.
Mafio switched down, only Swaggin left alive right now for 7. He's stuck on the eastern side. The new circle went to the west, so he needs to cross. And there's a team standing between him and the circle, and that's going to be Fact Esports on the western side, waiting in that compound. Swaggin's not going to be able to move, maybe later on, but not for now at least. Meanwhile, Chief is also still alive, barely. Just trying to cling on right now, having a healing battle. But on the southern side, we have Storm Gaming, we have Quick Revenge, we have Vivo Keed with 4 members up, and of course, Fact Esports with 4 members up as well. Actually, no, they have 3 members.
Oh, Fact has 4. They're 4 guys live.
Okay, yeah.
They're all good, looking good for them in a position where they actually has to move in on the eastern side, and they have a lot of space on that eastern side here.
So basically, it's a 4-way, 4 versus 4 versus 4 versus 4 right now.
Yeah, with some snakes in there as well.
The snakes are all outside though. They're all outside right now.
Yeah, for sure. They need to move in and get into a better position. Chiefs trying to get into the better spot. Let's see if he's able to survive. 10 first aids and some good other stuff as well. 22 first aids for Swagwin. I don't believe it. He is going to get top 3, top 4 from this. It has to. Like, he has so much heals. He doesn't even need to fully heal every single time. So he also has bandages available to him. Now, Facts on a big fight here with Vivo Keed. Vivo Keed lost 1 player, and Fact could actually push on aggressively onto this is McGrellin. It's down 3 kills so far for Vivo Keed. Adrian with a good flank, pushing 1, getting 1 down. It's Tickerson going down. Now Adrian can make more work and get more work done here. Level 3 vest, level 3 helmet for him.
2 big
aggressively
fights
pushing. Massive fights coming on already. Ooh, Fact actually getting the upper hand of this for us. Now Frog has to heal. No first hits for him.
While this is all happening, Chief is actually trying to get inside. No, he does die to the bleed. He was just on the edge, almost made it in. But again, we still have 4 teams up here that is battling each other inside the circle. Lohan gets taken down. And we're going back and forth, back and forth. Oh, how many did he get there?
Second triple MVP. What a nade. They have 8 kills. could get smokes up, could actually make this happen. Fact is trying to see if they can clear out CLO from Vivo Key, but he has heals. He's gonna go for that heal battle. Magnata on the bridge is alive. Swagger is alive. And Vivo, yeah, Vivo Key has one as well.
The next battle has started, of course, between the two teams that are still inside the circle. It's going to be Quick Revenge versus Fact Esports for the win, basically, here. So let's see what's going to happen. Cap Chow, he might get another great nade coming in here. Looks good. Good spray on top of that. No, that nade is not going to be long enough. It's not far enough. It's not reaching. Throwing a Molotov, that's not even close to anything. Not sure. Maybe he's trying to deny the crossing between the smokes there. He wants yellow. Last but not he gets 2.
He finds 2, and it's literally just GG. That is the game for them now. Swagger has 8 more first aids. It's insane. He's
what did I tell you earlier?
Imagine if they actually fought and he was just like able to get the last kill.
Oh, this is Quick Revenge is gonna come in here and just sweep this up.
On Fact.
Only one man standing right now on Fact Esports here. And it's Frog. And he gets one off.
More first aids. Give me
2
more.
2 first aids for now.
I don't think he's gonna be able to out heal Swagger in though. And Magnata is trying to make it in as well.
Magnata has no heals left. He's starting to move. That's usually a sign that they don't have any meds left. Trying to find what they can without those last heals. He's so far out. He's not gonna find anything.
10 kills.
10 kills. It's just farming time here for Quick Revenge.
And they're like, what's going on? Okay, 2 more. First aids. 11 kills for Alpha 7. Last first aid. Magnata has, I think, 1 more now. Okay, so he's gonna have to move. 22 first aids in that 3 backpack was plenty. Magnata has no more. He's actually gonna get second place here.
Yeah, he's gonna get second. Swagger dies just before him.
Right.
So, yeah.
Quick Revenge with the back-to-back.
That is the first back-to-back that we're getting as well from Quick Revenge. Out of everyone, really good, solid day here from Quick Revenge throughout the day. And of course, them getting back-to-back chicken dinner is just huge.
Yeah, massive for Quick Revenge to show up. They won the first game of the first day in the league, and now they're here with the chicken dinner again for us. We're gonna have one more game here for PMPL Brazil. We're gonna be back after this short break, guys. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League here, Spring 22 and 22 for us, and we have a back-to-back from Quick Revenge. What an absolute insane game.
First back-to-back as well on top of that. And I mean, we've been talking a lot about them. I know you said you wanted to put them in the top 5. I think this might be it. This might be when they push themselves up there. But I mean, all the time, especially towards the end there, how they were able to take fight after fight. There were no breaks. And they knew that they had to win every single one of those to be able to get that back-to-back, which is super rare to see. Of course, maybe a little help here from Cielo, but That's also comes down to them actually knowing straight away, taking advantage of it. Look at how spread out they are, how much ground they actually taking. They know that they're not gonna leave anything for chances here.
Oh, so unfortunate for Fact Esports that they actually finally had a really good game, and then there's Snake in the grass on the side, and he's actually taking down 2 players, and that just set up everything for Quick Revenge. But I think Quick Revenge would actually have won it even if Shadow didn't end up getting a lot of damage done to them.
Yeah.
But 10 kills for the look of things for Quick Revenge is a really good look, and also with a back-to-back with their 3rd chicken dinner for us, and one of them is on Sanak. Now I just need one on Miramar.
It's not gonna happen after this one though.
Nope,
but
not until a couple weekends.
Yeah, and also we saw, of course, Swagwin and Magnata there healing out in the end. They had a little bit of a healing battle, but Swagwin, I'd say, he lost that by about 2-3 seconds. They were
one more first aid would have made the difference. He was like, okay, I have 25 first aid-ish. It's gonna be enough. I'm gonna get 2nd place, but nope. Magnata had a lot more on that bridge available to him. So plenty of fights there on the eastern side. He was able to get all of that up. And we're going to jump to the top damage dealers and killers here. Myth from 100 Souls. Good to see these guys up here. Veru with 4 kills. Myth with 5. Adrian again, 600 damage for us.
Yeah, very spread out though, in terms of both kills, damage, and assists, as you can see. Very close for all of them. But of course, we have some outstanders. I feel like one of the biggest one here is going to be Myth with those 5 kills. I reckon it's the first time we're seeing him up there. And I mean, it's a good look. I like seeing them up there. They have really nice jerseys as well.
Oh yeah, true. Actually, super good looking ones. Good to see from that one. Let's take a look at the match standings from this last game here for us. It's going to be a super interesting one for this case, I feel like, because it's shaping up to be very competitive at the top. 25 for Quick Revenge and 21 for Alpha. Predicted them to win, but nope, they didn't.
It wasn't enough.
It was close. 2nd place and no all kills.
Yeah, we can look at your prediction later on.
No, that's not. We're gonna skip the bottom half of the lead, but no, I'm joking. Let's take a look at it.
Oh, okay. Well, Art of Battle though, again, no kills this time with only replacements, but it was because of how rough it was. Quick Revenge was holding them off on the bridge on the southern side, so they had a rough, tough spot to play from, but they managed to clutch that 12 points, and that's what matters. Again, we've seen them being able to get those placement points and those kills. We haven't seen the combination yet. They have one more game to show us that.
All right, Loop's also on fire. 6 kills here in 10 games on 7. And Art of Battle, as you said here, 12 from 2nd place, just from healing for us.
Yeah.
It's, yeah, I want to see more kills, though. We got to see more kills for them so they can jump into it.
It's really needed points for them, though, getting those points. Like, they were towards the bottom, but I mean, slowly but steadily, they've been working their way up from the bottom there, and it's looking really good. Them basically joining the mid pack, or they already joined, I'd say, and this one is gonna solidify them a little bit more towards it.
All right, let's take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard for this match standings here. 5 kills for Storm Gaming, Rise on 4. Rise dropping the ball a little bit for us, and INTC also on just 1 point. I think it's a little they need 1 point from the kill. It says 0, but if they have 1 kill, they're obviously getting a point.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, it just tells the story, right? Alpha 7, they're going to solidify that 1st place. Basically, no one's going to be able to contest that with only 1 game left after this one. But of course, then we also have someone on 16th place down there.
It's the leaderboard is upside down. Influence Rage actually won this game, and I won our head-to-head. What do you think about that?
Oh yeah, you just need to remove that number 6 there in the bottom left. Yeah.
You know, I have a white pen here. I can just do that on my screen, and then that'll be done. All right, no, that's obviously it here for that. But we're gonna be taking a look at the MVP from this game as well, and it's kind of up in the air a little bit. I'm a little bit curious and excited to see who's gonna be for us, because there was a lot of players, a lot of teams that had the kills and damage, and it was kind of spread out as well. So the MVP is gonna be a little bit surprised to me, I feel like.
Myth.
Hey, it's gonna be Myth. Okay, 5 kills, 4 knockouts, and 372 damage gonna be enough for them.
Yeah, that's great to see. As I said, like, they've had a rough day so far, but this is a pretty decent game from them coming out here. And of course, Myth grabbing that MVP is gonna mean a lot as well. No matter like what happened here, they still have 1 more game, of course, as well. So going into that one, grabbing that MVP spot, yes, a little bit of flexing. And hopefully they can flex that out and turn that into even more points in the last game.
Yeah, exactly. All right, good to see Honored Souls and Myth here on the MVP Frost. We're going to be jumping over to the overall standings, and now we are going to have just one more game after this one. We're going to see who's going to be the best one for this week, and it's going to be very similar to our finals, how many games is going to be played and how it's going to be playing out. Alpha 7 looking very good now for us.
Yeah, I mean, Rise, they had a good lead, but it doesn't matter. They still have so many points. And Alpha 7, as I said, they're pretty much solidifying their first place there. But look what we have on the third place now. Quick Revenge have surpassed the Loops.
Right.
And of course, we have 3 teams with 3 chicken dinners. That is insane if you think about it. Alpha 7, Quick Revenge, Loops Esports being able to get 3 wins each out of what, the 14 games we played? They've taken almost, I mean, a big chunk of them. Let's put it that way.
They're taking all the chicken teddies to themselves, and there's not a lot of food for the guys on the bottom half of the leaderboard, unfortunately. INTC, though, and the middle pack on Intense Game and Vivo Keat is very close. We have a top pack of the top 4. Then we have our Influence Rage and INTC pack that's 8 points separating the guys that has gotten just a little bit of chicken dinners. And then there's Storm Gaming and Fact that's a 92 and down. But let's jump over to the bottom half of the leaderboard and see how that shapes up in the bottom. And then 88, 87, 73. So we have, it's kind of separate now in 4 groups. We have our very top, our top mid pack, our bottom mid pack, and the very bottom here of the leaderboard with Flamingo, Honored Souls, and Shocks and Out of Battle. Are both trying to hold on, and these 12 points really helped them for us.
Yeah, it definitely did, and it was well needed after the rough kind of games that they've had. But also, of course, Flamengo, they started off with 16 points today, so they basically more than doubled their points already for this day, and it kind of tells the story, right? It's super rough when you had these games, you're super low down on the leaderboard.
Right.
For the morale, it's so hard to come back from that, and I feel like they've done a good job getting those points that they've been able to accrue so far today. And of course, with one more game, I hope to see them get a little bit more points on that one. All
right, going into the last game, we're obviously going to be playing a Wrangle for the last one. We've played 8 so far. We're going to be playing our 9th. What are your thoughts and your predictions coming into the last game of the day? And your overall, how not your expectations to how it's done, but what have you seen so far? And are you happy with what are the teams, and what are some of the teams that have underperformed in the first league weekend here for us?
Oh, throughout the whole weekend, you mean? I mean, we just looked at the leaderboard, right? It would be
Black Dragons.
Yeah.
Compared to what your expectations was to them.
Yeah, I'd say Black Dragons and Honored Souls are the 2 who underperformed highly compared to what I was expecting coming in play here. Then, of course, a team like Flamengo that has been struggling a little bit. But I feel like all of these teams have recovered pretty good, and they have a decent chunk of points. So it's not too bad anyway. And the thing is, this is the first league play, so it's a little bit different. It's always a little bit hard on the first part, no matter what it is, because that's when you try and figure things out. And once you've done this one, you have so much more ground to work on in terms of what the other teams have been doing, and it comes down to doing your homework coming into the upcoming weekends. So in terms of that, I feel like that's the way, but at the same time, towards the top, I feel like Quick Revenge has surprised me. I know that I would have put them towards the top. I wouldn't have put them on a 3rd place, at least. I would put them maybe in a top 5 for sure, or top 6.
Yeah, obviously we have the teams that are 4 teams that was on the middle pack that has been playing well. But for me here, I cannot say say more. As you already said, it's kind of the same, right? Honored Souls underperforming, Black Dragons underperforming. I would really love to see these guys up there fighting for that top 8 that is right now quite solidified. But coming into the last match here, we're obviously going to be closing up. It's going to be a total of 15 games that we have played, and we're looking at some of these teams and we're like, okay guys, you have played extremely well. Now you're going to have next weekend, we're actually not playing. It's going to be in 2 weeks that we're playing our next qualification matches, and then in 3 weeks that we're going to be playing the next league play before we get into that. And they're gathering points to get into the finals here. And already with how our top 4 is looking right now, I can almost with 100% certainty say that we're going to see them in the finals, and it's kind of the same teams that are going to be fighting for those spots, because they're looking extremely solid when we look at Frost.
Yeah, and it also doesn't look like they're about to slow down either. I mean, coming into the during qualifiers. They know that they're sitting in a pretty safe spot. That means less pressure on them as well. So less pressure, it's always easier to perform. But also, I think coming into the last game here, it's gonna be a Alpha 7 kind of game again. Maybe they don't win the game again, but they're still gonna have very high number count in terms of points, I feel like. It comes down to, of course, you've had a really good day. They're just gonna keep on steamrolling on that one and snowball on that one, but also that they're sitting there up there.
Right.
They've been able to put themselves from the mid pack where they were after day one to now solidify that first spot. They're gonna have an easy game. They're not gonna care too much because they know we can relax a little bit, take it a little bit easy, just have a fun game. And when teams have those kind of games, that's when it gets scary, because they will do stuff that you're not going to be expecting. They will be so confident in everything that it might just go, everything just goes your way sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the last game of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring 2022 for Brazil. And we're going to be playing a wrangle. We've played 14 games so far in our initial first league weekend. The teams are here to gather points to try to ensure their top 16 placement for the finals. And I want to thank you so much and shout out to our sponsor Realme for joining us for this event here. And we're super excited to have you guys on board. Now, this last plane path for us, it's a little bit northeast, but quite a lot of teams that can get a car and get to their usual placements.
Yeah, northwest, but yeah, it's pretty decent, still pretty decent. It's crossing through. It's not like super rough to the northeast, so it's pretty okay, I'd say. It's pretty okay, but we still see that the teams are basically gonna just go for vehicles if they have a hard time to reach the normal landing spot. And last game, I'm wondering if we're gonna see some teams try to do some crazy stuff, you know. Last game, we'll just go out with a bang, so to say. Maybe just try to do something very unusual, or they'll just stick to the game plan, and you know, at least it's gonna be a good last practice game before having a week's break, basically, before coming back in 2 weeks.
Right, a lot of preparations coming in in 2 weeks. They have so much time to look back at all the games that they've played and prepare and set up for it. We might see a little bit of changes, a little bit of improvements from some of the teams that have been able to put that time in to kind of counter-stratting, if you can put it that way, to see how they can play better and how the teams are playing so far. But obviously, we're playing in the qualification stage. We're gonna have 4 more teams, and it's gonna be interesting to see how that shapes up. Now, a southeast, but on the main island circle for us, how do you predict this is gonna go, and where do you hope it's gonna end?
I feel like this is probably going to be a pretty easy circle, and looking at where the plane path was as well, like most of the teams are already inside. They don't need to go too far. I'm hoping we get some donut circles, basically just centering up and making it easy for teams here to end things off with this weekend. They've already had so many rough circles, so many rough plane paths. It would be nice to just, you know, let them off easily now.
Right.
Zeus boy. All right. McCree.
Taking shots, not getting anything done just yet.
It wasn't time. It was not. It was not meant to be for this time, at least. Now, all right. Looking at things.
Rise is here for us. There are 4 guys alive. They have 1 kill, and they want to try to get back into that spot that they felt that they completely belonged to them in the first 2 days. Now, have a different leader. And we are back into what we kind of our favorites expectations to Alpha 7 kind of fulfilled now. They we expected big things for them, and they actually showed up here in the league. I'm kind of happy to see it.
Yeah, it took them some time, right? We were saying it every day during the qualifiers. We're saying it every day here for the league play as well. But it was basically not until yesterday that they started showing some glimpses and hopes of what we know that they are capable of. And today, they've been definitely proving it for us.
Yeah, for sure. Circles not even close to closing yet. Alpha 7 is already moving a little bit around. Kilurios in the car, and we have a lot of teams on the northwest. 1, 2, 3, 4 outside the circle on the northwest. So it could be kind of hectic to see where these guys and how they try to get into this for us. Shocks is moving to their, it looks like they're moving to their loot spot. Try to get to Primorsk and try to get more loot over there. And we'll see if they get anything out of it. Circle's going to be closing quite slowly. Here we see Flamengo in Milta. One of the best places right now for them. Loops is looking good in shelter and prison and in the warehouse alpha lobby. They could very well set themselves up. Now first aids are being shared, being distributed among the teams.
Not too many first aids, as you can see for Koshin here. Only got one first aid right now. They definitely want to get some more. They have the luxury, since they are in the middle of the circle basically, to take a little bit more time, but to loot. But at the same time, if you do that, that means that you might be sacrificing the spot that you want to play the circle from. If you want to just, you know, wait and take that spot in maybe circle 2 or 3 instead, they are in a perfect position because they're in the center of the circle. They're still in a town. They can loot up. They can take it easy. Not a lot of people are going to go through Milta because it's kind of rough to drive through. And if someone is in there, it's going to be super easy for them to kill you as well when you try to pass through. So it's really good for Flamengo right now. And as you're saying, one of the best loot spots on the map.
Yeah, for sure with that. Out of battle on one of the other good loot spots here in Pochinki, but actually not that good of a spot for this circle in particular. They need to get into their cars and try to loot as much as they can. Try to get into a better position for this one. A little bit interesting to see what Loops decide to do. It looks like it's a big split for them. At least a 2-2. It could be a 2-1-1 as well. And they've been quite successful with these splits. I'm quite impressed with what I've seen from them so far for us.
Oh, it's going to be a 1-1-1-1 split, actually. I like it. I like it. I like this, though, because they're sitting so far up on the leaderboard, right? That they have the potential to do this and without getting too punished. Diego from Vivo Kid taking down Zero from INTC. And these two teams have been dropping over here by South Georgia and the Crates a few games now. They haven't really fought each other that much, but it seems like this is one of those first touches. Feels like Diego was going into enemy territory. And I don't think INTC is too happy about that. But what can they do? They got caught off guard there.
All right, Diego. Didn't want to get the buggy. He had a broken wheel. Now Adrian has to get either pick up or get his own car as well and start moving. He is in South George Circle, pushing in closely, as we can see here, the blue zone coming in. He is getting picked up, though, it looks like, by Diego. That skin is so damn good. Looks really nice.
I wonder if we're going to see Black Dragons take the Western Bridge. They normally do it. It's still inside the first circle as well.
Right, yeah.
But considering that the circle is a little bit more further to the east, they might not just go. Or they might just wait until next circle, maybe, before they pass on the Western Bridge, to try to make sure it's as safe as possible.
Yeah, exactly. PG plane moving close to Loops. Loops here, this M249, level 3 helmet. Actually repositioning from it. 3 of them repositioning from it, Frost. They're gonna go back together. They're gonna play, looks like they're gonna play on the so-called Maple Leaf area, or try to get to that area, or maybe go to the junkyard. This is such a nice skin as well.
Yeah. And okay.
Yeah, Mabel on the hill here, dirt road.
It seems like they can't really decide where they want to play from, though. Look at it, they're going back and forth a lot. Or are they just driving around, trying to bait shots and just go into straight on battling other teams? That might be what they're trying to do. Basically, just like looking for a battle right now.
Right. For sure. Could definitely be the case.
Boosting those damage stats, those kill stats a little bit if they can. They're gonna try towards Rise, one of the top teams. It might be a huge fight that we're gonna see in that compound. Really sure they're not. Like they can't really decide what to do. Inko, they cross the bridge here on the eastern side. Gonna be just outside. Okay, here we go. Loops versus Rise. No, just a few shots taken. Black Dragons actually crossed on the western bridge as well. Shox was waiting a little bit further in there. Oh, Toiko. It's Nino. Start things off with. Mino. Tagging them up, but it's not gonna be enough to get a knock yet. GC God drives straight into that tree. That's not what we want to do right now. All right, we're gonna have a new circle pop in a second here as well.
Circle.
It's a donut.
It's a very solid donut, and everybody's going to be like, all right, we're going to need to get a better position inside the circle here for us. They need to set up the twin compound south of shelter that on each side of the road is actually not taken. I can see Loop taking one of them maybe on the left side of that road.
I mean, Loop's had control over both of them just a minute
before,
ago.
yeah. So they gave up to start to drive around on the dirt road hill.
Taking the east one actually. Good move from them.
I like
Two of them going there straight away. Two guys actually staying in Milta. So a 2-2 split. A little bit greedy from a team like Flamengo right now, I'd say. Normally I would call to stick together when you're a little bit further down on the leaderboard. Nunes finding someone from Quick Revenge here. It might not be a back-to-back that we're gonna see, but no, despite that, Quick Revenge have had a fantastic game so far here today.
Mafioso and the boys from Alpha 7 moving in, get into
rotation.
Yeah, massive. I like it though. This is clever.
Yeah, and we can see on the map here how little enemies they have ahead of them. Basically none. This is what they are expecting. This is why they're doing this kind of rotation as well. They know that this side there's going to be least amount of people, so they want to drive over there to have a little bit more of a blind rotation that is a little bit safer. Just driving straight into the middle. Oh, all right. Loops is basically just looking for Booker. They're going all over the place and shooting at everyone. They did find some from Orange Souls earlier. They were shooting a bit on Rise. Now they've been shooting a little bit on Influence Rage. And now they're doing a split as well. A 2-1-1 split. Is that what I'm seeing?
Could be, yeah, for sure. But a greedy split as well. What a battle. Massive engagement here. Shots are coming in from Bartz. Nice. Well played. He gets traded instant from Sustek.
Good trade. Pain coming in here.
Pain about to bring the pain. He's going to be pushing on to him. Oh, it's actually going to be it for Shocks.
Wait, they're getting shot at as well.
Oh, another fight. Coming in.
Storm.
Lanson, Storm, and Flamengo.
Oh, yeah.
Lanson low. Should be hitting. Shots coming in again. Oh my god, what a great push from them.
This is it, right? That's why I said you can't really do that 2-2 push split. Oh, they're actually going to commit to this. The last two are coming in here now. It might be a little bit too late.
Oh, nice shots. Well played by Yeltsin. Now, just one player left, and Storm's 2 players is actually alive. Now, and the Toso needs to do something here.
But what is he going to do, though? That is the big question.
Yeah, either he pushes them or he just has to get to the chopper.
Yep. That is also one option. Right now, he's doing either. He's just standing there. And he's getting pushed by 7. Oh! Oh, he didn't find him.
Oh, I thought he actually hit him.
Oh, here we go.
No! Ooh, 7. Oh, they're just shooting. That's BMing. They're BMing them. Storm BMing. Flamengo. Oh my god, look at that. South shift. A lot of the teams are in there already, though. Frost is looking pretty good. But we do have Influence Rage, Quick Revenge, Fact Esports, Alpha 7 outside the circle and not in a good spot. But I expect a lot of teams from Farm actually sending it in quite soon.
Oh, we're definitely gonna see that. You can see how congested it is because everyone wants to get part of that towards the center of the circle right now. Sure, you can opt to play on the north side and stay on the high ground up on Raptor Road there. But again, it's a little bit harder. Alpha 7 is going to come in from the beach side instead, from the eastern side. Meanwhile, this fight is going on still. Pain trying to hold out against the Black Dragons. Not going to work out. The rest of his teammates are a little bit further behind here. Not really able to back them up by Snake here.
Right, Black Dragons, what do you got? We want to see something from the Frost. All guys alive, 1 kill. Pretty good spot inside the zone on the snake compounds. They are contested on the north side by Out of Battle. These windows here in the Harry Potter Tower are so big, you can't afford to peek up there.
Myth, GC God, last two members standing here for Arnold Souls. They got himself 3 kills so far. Quick Revenge goes out, so our previous 2 game winners are now out, which both was taken by Quick Revenge with that back-to-back chicken dinner. Super impressive. And Loops has somehow again found himself into a really good spot, despite being far up in the north before this circle hit. Alpha 7 has gone down from the beach side and playing on the south end here. Have Storm in front of them. Looks like they might want to opt to take the compound where INTC is sitting.
Right. On the south side, maybe even like trying to get closer to the circle. I actually like their proactivity for us, where they're constantly trying to get into a better spot inside the circle. That's really setting them up for a good late game. The compound west of them with the 2-story balcony buildings is actually available for the taking as well. I wonder if Carelio is going to be able to scout that out and get into that. As we see the zone closing, all of the people is going to be inside. Rough with a good shot here for us.
Can he get... Nothing. Bars got inside, right? So it should be a safe rest. Meanwhile, Martin taking a few shots up there. New circles popped. It's gonna go up and north towards the farm area,
and
or away from the farm, towards Snake, as you're saying, between Snake and farm. Basically, that means that we have a few teams that needs to move in, and the middle of the circle is basically just barren. There's not much to play. There's one sniper tower, and that's basically it. If you're not there, you're not in the center.
Oh no.
Ooh, good push from GC God there. He's taking down Carrillo by himself. Myth.
Oh.
He gets Revo as well. Where has this Honored Soul team been?
2 guys have the live only, and they're taking on.
I mean, they won those 1v1s easily.
Well played. And not fully, like poorly executed actually by Alpha 7 for us.
No, definitely not.
I don't
really good defense from Honored Souls.
Mafioso and Swagger in his last 2 players. This is the buildings I was talking about before that was free.
Wait, Netos from INTC is over here.
That is a fantastic Molotov.
No way. Oh, it didn't go in. That would be a 200 IQ read onto Netos that he would be in there.
Oh,
but
Netos with the headshot as well.
The turn from Netos.
Netos gets him. Swagger alive now. And he's going to have to do something here from the shark fin compound. You can go 4 guys alive inside the circle, but it is kind of on the edge, and they're sharing that farms compound that is split in 2 with Loops on the eastern side. Storm Gaming on the east as well. They have their cars. They're getting ready to do something here. Fax Esports, I saw that on the map. They're actually moving into that Harry Potter center. As you see here on the map, we got that center position for us.
Yeah, and that center position is going to be really good. Now, you're not going to be able to peek too much because you're going to get seen by all the other teams. But if you can hold that down, no one is going to be able to push you, because if someone tries to push you, you're going to get shot by all the other teams. So that's why it's a good spot to survive from, but not to farm kills from.
Exactly. All right, Out of Battle, 3 guys alive. 2 kills done.
Where would you want to play from if you were in this circle right now?
Oh, that's actually a good question. I think I would want to play from the south side where Vivo Keat is, because you have control of the east of who's going to get in there, and you can get pretty easily onto the ridges in there as well. Ragnar Black Dragons just take a fight here with INTC and shooting a lot, especially onto the car, trying to explode it so they can rotate again. Oh, they actually got a knock. Explosions come.
7 out.
The explosion on Renans from that. Ooh, that is actually taking them a little bit. Shots on the car could work.
They're in a rough spot over there. Black Dragons trying to farm himself a few more kills here. Still sitting in a good spot here in Snake, of course. Intense game. They're playing on the high ground. I really like Intense game and Influence Rage spot up on the north side, having that high ground. But I don't like sharing that spot with another team, though, like they're doing right now. because you never know when you're gonna get backstabbed. But new circle is about to pop. Let's see. Oh, that's a circle and a half.
Oh my god.
That sniper tower is now outside where Fact Esports is sitting in. Snake is gonna be so good, and right now it's all about the Black Dragons holding that for themselves.
Oh, what a... That was absolutely insane, Netos. He's 1 HP though.
He's gonna survive for this time.
Never
Oh
mind.
nope!
That's an 8.
I take that back. He only had bandages as well. Renans. The 2 members still alive here from INTC. They're gonna have a rough time. They are inside. Renans is down actually. So last man standing here for INTC in the center of the circle. But he only has this buggy and this rock to play with as cover. It's not the greatest, taking a lot of shots from all over the place as well. Needs to figure out what he wants to do, or if he can even stay there. A lot of teams need to move into this next circle. Black Dragons, they opt to go into a little bit further into the circle, taking the south side of Snake right now. Having that flat top and that freestyle building for himself. Getting a lot of info from that one. A lot of teams are going to try to fight their way in because of how hard it's going to be in the circle. Might want to be able to grab himself a few kills before going in.
Skillo with a good nade on to Inko. INTC out on 10th place. What a good run they had so far though for us. Good to see them come back and really compete at the top.
Yeah.
They're holding on to this compound here. This compound I was talking about. If they can defend that eastern side, they're looking really good here, Vivo Keat.
That is the thing, right? A lot of teams might try to go for it. Loops is actually going to try to go for the sniper tower. Meanwhile, Garowski trying to... Oh, he finds a rock! Oh, no!
He was trying to go for the free kills with the buggy.
He became the free kill instead.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't always work out as
you think the smokes are your friend? I am born in the smokes, molded by it.
Oh, Rafa is gonna go down as well. And so Pereira left alive right now, standing on his feet, driving around. Don't run over your own teammates. He's gonna try to get some revives, but that nade is gonna find him.
Oh, nice.
And we're getting close towards the end there. Loop still 4 members alive. 7 kills on the board. 7 kills for Ardent Souls as well, but they only got 2 members up. And those 2 members have been playing in phenomenally. Vivo Keat is going to join the 7 club there with 7 kills. And Inko is going to go out on a 7th place. A lot of 7 happening right now.
17 players is alive, 7 kills, 7. No, it's good to see here that these guys are able to get 7 kills and 4 guys alive with the loops, but they have quite a way for them. That's not why they're nading as well. Cardosin getting down Federal. This is a big fight. Some of our top teams for us.
Right now, no one is inside the next circle. Ardent Souls is trying to get in there and take a position. Meanwhile, all the other teams are basically just fighting each other. Loops is gonna fight here against the Influence Rage. It's still 4 men up. They're just gonna keep on farming from the look of it. They don't care who they got in front of them.
Little boy down as well.
All they see is just like bling, 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 bling. 1 point
kills.
here, 1 point here, 1 point there. Up to 10 kills now, Loops.
Good to see. They're gonna get the rest off as well for us. There's 4 guys alive with 14 left. 5 teams. Vivo Keat still making moves, and now, as I was talking about here, why this compound is so good, they could actually have pretty easy access onto this. They need to take care of Honored Souls in the south, and then they can take on the teams on the north. Loops is one of them. Looks like they're actually going to be pushing. Loops is pushing onto the position that Vivo Keat is.
Jamino got knocked.
Jamino got knocked.
I get zone.
It is unfortunate.
That's
Probably
a
didn't have a
mistake.
car.
I think.
Going for rock splits here. Cardosin.
Oh, no.
This was
That's
too
not the
greedy
play.
for us. This was way too greedy. You cannot take Cinder that early. You have
in a
to
circle
take
like
the edge
this.
and play in. I'm trying to use your smokes as well for us.
Yeah. That's not gonna work out. And sure, they still have 1 man standing. It's Toiko still standing. So they have 10 kills to their names right now. But looking at things, it might be going Vivo Keat's way. Got 8 kills on the board. They got 4 members up. And they're looking against some teams that are just scrapping right now. They got 1 or 2 players up. That's gonna be nothing against 4 Vivo Key players.
All right, what can we see? I think Vivo Key has got this in the bag for us. Unless Black Dragons actually pull something out. Nades are coming in.
Out.
Loops out. 5th place for them.
9 kills to Vivo Key.
Yeah, nine kills for them. Really good position. This could be Vivo Key's game to redeem themselves here in the league. Martinez and Ragnar over there. And GC God is in the shack here. He's gonna have to move for the next circle though.
Magnata.
He's going on fourth.
Zone.
Out of battle, been able to get some placement points here again. Good to see.
Yeah, 100%. We see the next circle is gonna move here towards Black Dragons actually, but Ragnar taken down. That's gonna be rough. I doubt they can get that revive going. Now Vivo Key has all the control in the world here. See what they can do. Arnold Soul still got 2 members up. Black Dragons, last man standing over there. And he tapped in the head by a first triple MVP player, Adrian.
Diego getting flushed.
Oh, Memphis just up. That's another point for Arnold Souls. 9 kills right now. And a top 2 actually, because Black Dragons are taken out. So it's 4 versus 2 here now. No, 3. Sorry, 3 versus 2 here.
Yeah.
So Arnold Souls might be able to clutch this out.
Vivo Key has the better position inside the circle. It's very likely that they're able to close this one out here. But I feel like Adrian actually went on a greedy one. He's gonna take him down. Or GC God. Nothing's happening. It's gonna be Myth as the last player from Honored Souls, and he's gonna have to take these players on. Shots are coming in. Chieto putting pressure. So is the players from Vivo Key. Can he make something happen? No, but it's gonna be Vivo Key with the last winner chicken dinner of this weekend here, the 15th game for us.
In the 15th game, they're able to make it happen once again, grabbing the second chicken dinner, and of course a lot of points on the board for them there. Really great to see. They already pushed themselves up a lot today, and I think they were on a 5th place. It was a little gap, remember that, from them up to the top pack, but with that win, with those kills, I'm pretty sure they might be a part of that top pack now.
Yeah, and we're going to be back after this short break, guys. Stay tuned, and we're going to show you the overall leaderboard and how well the teams played out. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League for Brazil here, spring 2022, and we just had an absolutely crazy game here to finish off our first league weekend for us. It's Vivo Key Stars that is able to clutch it out.
Great performance from them, of course, and we saw them having so much control, but overall I gotta say, like, this whole league weekend has been crazy with all these games, and it's been phenomenal to see what the teams have been able to put up, where it's gonna matter much more than in the qualifiers where we saw them first.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? In coming in here, we saw Adrian being able to actually have quite a standout performance again, a good amount of kills for them. Let's take a look at our top damage dealers, killers, and assist playmakers for this game here for us. Let's see if we can finish that off as well with this game. We're done for this weekend here for us. 15 games done. Any kind of stomach feel to how everything went? Are you happy with how the teams played?
I mean, I gotta say, a lot of the teams, or some of them that I expected to do better, kind of didn't do as good. But at the same time, they kind of got a little bit of redemption towards the last few games and being able to put themselves up towards the board there. So I'm pretty happy with the results, I'd say.
Okay, good to see. All right, some replays here before we get to our top damage dealers and stuff. Loops trying to send it to those two center rocks that doesn't have too much cover and too much support for them without deploying any smokes or anything. They just went down way too fast. Cardoso and Chief lost that one for us. But
at the same time, you gotta look at how they play out the whole game. From the start, they were basically just like
with the Black Dragons and the compound.
Yeah,
in a situation where we saw Cielo and the guys from Vivo Keat Stars played quite well, and Out of Battle went out and didn't get it. They got fourth in overall placements and got some points from that for us.
Yeah, and I mean, Loops was basically just looking for those battles from the start, right? We saw him doing a 2-1-1 split, but after that, they were just chasing people down and just picking fight after fight after fight. They got himself a lot of kills, but in the end, that was a little bit of a rough decision. In the last decision they took was to dive for the middle instead of going for another fight. That was a little bit weird to me, I'd say.
A little bit overextending here, but they were desperate to get into the zone and they didn't have too much cover. Exactly that area around that field and hill there, you have to play with your back safe and play uphill from that. But those two rocks is not going to be enough, and I probably don't think they have enough smokes to deploy and play from that because they used it in the fights throughout that. Let's take a look at our top damage dealers, killers, and assist playmakers in this one here for us before we take a look at our points in general.
It's gonna be spicy. This is the last one, you can say a little bit of bragging rights. I took the last one at least.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what, once we get ready with the standings here, we're gonna see it here. Adrian is actually in there again, and 6 kills for him. Good to see. But 1,000 damage from Myth. He is back here on our top damage dealers for us.
Great to see. In the last game, we saw him being the top killer and the top MVP. This time, of course, being able to join the 1K club. Great to see with him and GC God being the last two alive from Arnold Souls pretty early on in this game. But those two were able to handle so much by themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Adrian actually close here with 250 more damage and 1 more assist. He was actually been a triple MVP for the second time, as only the third time in a player would have done that. Amazing to see here. Frost, McGrillen, Vivo Keat Stars also in there jumping into things. But let's take a look at the match standings from this last game of our weekend here, Frost. 15 games, super impressive. 9 of them was a wrangle, and Vivo Keat Stars in there with 28 points, Frost.
28 points is a lot for them. As I said earlier, I think they're gonna put themselves up there towards the top pack with that. They were just a little bit lower, just below that top pack before this. And of course, Arnold Souls again, phenomenal game, being only 2 people left alive towards the mid of the game basically, and being able to do a lot of redemption, grab himself a lot of well-needed points after some rough days that they've had here. And Loops, of course, we saw him just chasing people down, picking those fights. They did a great job, and they got himself 10 kills. Black Dragons, the team haven't seen too much on the top of the leaderboard, but this time they are actually able to put themselves up there again. And Out of Battle, I mean, they struggle a lot in the start, but time after time they just been able to put up those points. And this time I really like what I'm seeing. They will be able to get placements but also kills on top of that. The combination that I've been asking for. Yeah,
exactly. Out of Battle stayed today. If they had that in the first 2 days, they would have been completely fine. They would have probably been in the top 8 even here. Influence Rage also on 8, Inco on 7, so a very top heavy part of the leaderboard here. We're going to take a look at the bottom half of our match standings for this last game here. The day number 6 on the PUBG Mobile Pro League for Brazil. INTC here with only 3, Intense game with 2, and Alpha 7 is going to end the day on only 1 point for us.
Yeah, only 1 point, but hey, it's more than quick revenge. Basically goes from hero to 0, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean,
back-to-back win before this.
The amount of points that they had today, though, is very respectable. Very good to see from Quick Revenge. But sometimes you have those bad games, and 1 and 2, like 1 out of 5 or 2 out of 5 games can be bad if you step up and have some really good games on those other ones there for us. But let's take a look at our overall standings. I believe we're going to be looking at the MVP of the day we're going to be looking at first, of course, to see, or the MVP of the last match here, sorry. Myth is gonna take it again. That's a back-to-back for him. 1,020 damage and only 100 healing with 5 kills and 5 knockouts for us.
This is so amazingly good stats to see. Like, you gotta remember them only being 2 guys up, Myth and GC God, like almost midway through the game, and then being able to put up these kind of numbers with this low amount of healing. That kind of shows you how well they play that out. But here we go. Overall top MVPs, of course, Mythic towards the top still, Rebel and Federal as well. And we see a lot more Alpha 7 here as well on the board. We've seen a lot of loops up there. Alpha 7 taking a little bit here as well now.
Yeah, it's good that these guys are jumping into things. And one more Rise player in there, Rafinha, with 4. And this is obviously super top heavy. Like, if you're in between the 4th and 10th place and you're in 5 to 4 and Mythic has 8.24 for us, that talks to how much he's been able to stand out as a player here in Brazil so far.
Yeah, and it's great to see. Of course, it's far from over, so anyone can still put themselves up there on the board. Plenty of time to do that, and I hope we'll see some other names popping up on that board soon enough as well.
Yeah, and you know what, the amount of utility that they've been able to use, and Revo been able to do so many kills with that as well, they're going to be super close to each other. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard for our first league weekend here for PUBG Mobile Pro League in Brazil. It is Alpha 7 that's able to hold on to it, and Rise falls down to 3rd for us.
Yeah, they fall down a little bit, but still a good amount of points despite that. So it doesn't really matter. And Quick Revenge, as we saw earlier, of course, making sure that they could get up there. But the big one is Vivo Kita, as was saying. They're basically part of that top half now. Before this, they were basically down there with Influence Rage. So I think that's maybe the biggest change or biggest surprise, seeing Influence Rage dropping a lot coming in here now.
Yeah, Influence Rage actually had a really good start to the weekend, but here today, they've been dropping off just a little bit. Just one chicken dinner is not going to cut it for them, but 9 teams on triple digits is super interesting. Black Dragon's actually able to kind of close out and get into that triple digit club, but still a good amount of way to go up to Vivo Key to challenge that top 5 that we want to see them challenge here for us.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the numbers right here, and if I'm doing my quick math correct, Quick Revenge actually got themselves 78 points today. That is pretty impressive, especially considering they had 73 points after day 1 and 2 combined. Yeah. So them being able to basically double their points here on the last day, that's how amazing of a day they've had.
Yeah, that's quite impressive. More than doubling their points in just one day to get that 4th place. What an insane day for Quick Revenge, obviously, with the back-to-back for them. That's something we want to see. That's the good kind of place that makes you put in the top 4, and that's what we're gonna remember as well. Let's take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard for us to see how that shapes up, and these points obviously count towards the total standings in the league when play. We're gonna have a break in next weekend, and then in 2 weekends we start the qualifications again to try to get into our 2nd league weekend, where they're gonna come back and try to get more points. That's gonna count towards the total amount of points.
And of course, towards the bottom, we have Flamengo with only 33 points, but they did get a few good points here today to be able to redeem themselves a little bit. But we see it's a pretty close. On 10th place, it was Storm Game with 97 points, so it's pretty close. That mid pack, it's gonna go down towards all the way down to Art of Battle, I'd say. That is part of it. Then you have a little bit of that bottom chunk, but hey, it's still so many more points above bottom 4 that didn't play, so it doesn't really matter. It's all about qualifying for the next week as well, or for the next league week, I mean, and you're gonna be totally fine.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Frost, that was it here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring 2022 in Brazil. We're gonna have so many more games to cover. This is Frost. I am Avenger, guys. Next time we're gonna see you is gonna be the Friday the 25th. So make sure you tune in, same time, same place. And until we see you next time, hasta la vista.